Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for the first episode of our demo play series for this season, the third season of RPGs Uncovered. Today we will be playing today and for the next three episodes we will be playing Lost Eons. It is a solar punk sort of post-human TTRPG. Very interesting. Very. I don't want to say rules light, but it's not a crunchy game at all. It has pretty much no math in it, and it has a really fun, very narrative, very keyword-focused rule set. So we're going to have a lot of fun with this. Last night we had a great session 0, just our own. We had the aired session 0 at the end of the last episode we did, the Learning the Game session that we did last week, but we refined our characters last night and set up some really cool story beats, and I am really excited to see where these fine people take it. So, just as a reminder for who we are, where you are, and what you are watching. Yes, this is RPGs Uncovered, a series dedicated to teaching you just how quick and easy it can be to learn a new TTRPG. This, of course, being Lost Eons. Okay, that's what we have going on here. Some quick announcements for myself before we get going. Because I do have some things coming up. Only a few of them, unfortunately, I can talk about. I am currently in the process of setting up Season 4. We're going to be playing a very interesting game that actually uses tarot cards for its, chance resolution mechanic. No dice, no playing cards, but tarot cards. Upriver, downriver. You can go and look that up yourself, because we're still in the planning phases of it, but I'm very excited about it. That will probably be taking place, because we have to finish this one, and then I take some downtime. But sometime around early August will be Season 4, and I plan on setting up some one-shots and other fun things to do between Season 4 and Season 5. Or Season 3 and Season 4. I also have an exciting one-shot coming up on the 22nd of June. That's still about a month away. But the 22nd of June, I will be joining some fantastic people for a Lord of the Rings game, the One Ring Second Edition. That will be hosted. Let me just make sure I get all of these people's lovely handles correct. That will be hosted by Deserted GM. Chris, if you know him, great guy. He's been on this channel before. He's played the Pathfinder. He was on for our Pathfinder session highlight. Great guy. Can't wait to be on the player side of his GM table. And we will be joined by Klaus and Hope and Luna, Gamer Mom Luna. Fantastic cast. I am so excited to be working with all of them. That is still about 4 weeks out or so, but it's been a long time planning, so I'm excited to finally get to announce it. Anyway, I think that is all of my announcements. The last session, the Learning the Game session, and session 0 for this Lost Eons GENESTAR is already up on YouTube, so if you missed that, you can go back and check out the rules for the game. Check out the rules for the game, learn how to play the game. We cover everything from the player side of the table to the GM side of the table, different tips and tricks to get you started, rules, tools, and themes, and towards the end we do some fantastic collaborative storytelling, collaborative map making. That is a nice segue over into the support accounts, support pages, because I took all of that collaborative map making and actually made a map for this game. That will be posted on the support sites. We have links for Ko-Fi and Patreon down below. On there will be, of course, other things. We have 2 different tiers, the player-facing adventurer tier and the GM-facing hero tier. They each get their respective stuff, so things like player character sheets and bios will be on the adventure tier. Things like my own notes and how I set up adversaries and traps and other encounters like that will be on the heroic side. There will be maps, and of course the bite-sized tutorials will be posted on the support sites, though they will be free for everybody. Now, No tips, no subscription needed. Just another place where you can find those. And because it allows me to post text along with video in an easier, digestible format than YouTube, there will also be printable handouts and cheat sheets to go along with those tutorials. They will also, of course, be free to access on the YouTube, because I'm an old person now. Okay, I think that is all for me. Yes, I said hello, going down my checklist, because again, I'm an old person. We talked about the channel, we talked about support sites. Yes, if you would like, Twitch allows for clipping, which is something I've never really had a lot of traction with. But we have some great people, and we've had some great moments in the past. So if anything interesting happens, you can clip that and send it to me, and we can put up a little gag reel or something for this season. I always thought that could be a fun little post-season thing we can run during the analysis intermission and end title screen and whatnot. And of course, we do accept bits and tips to help support this channel. Anything we get through tips and bits and supporter sites, Ko-Fi, Patreon, that all goes right back into the channel. I'm not making any personal money off of all this. It goes right back into the channel to help support other creators, other writers, musicians, map makers, other creators of other sort for merch and giveaways and other sponsorship opportunities and whatnot. All of it goes right back into the channel, and I hope to grow to a point with support, with income, and with connections that I can get some fantastic people in, and really start growing together and paying other people for the fantastic work that we all get to experience here, because I like to play games for my work. Okay, I think that is enough of me rambling on, because I am excited to get into this game and meet these lovely people and their lovely characters. So let me throw it over to you guys so you can say hello and we can get started. Yes, let us start arbitrarily over with Andrew. Hello.
Hi.
Uh,
Hi.
how are you this morning? Afternoon.
I am doing great. I'm very excited to be here. This is actually like the first stream that I've been on, so I'm just very very eager to get going. Very excited to see where this story is going to go. Love this cast already. I think that we've got some really awesome characters for everybody to see. A lot of secrets to uncover, and I'm very ready to get going. Hi, I'm Andrew. I run a YouTube channel called That Gamer Ajax, where I kind of have a similar mission here, where I kind of teach about all kinds of tabletop games with tips and tricks, guides, even a small actual play. Working on getting more of those up. But yeah, I can be found on pretty much any kind of social media between YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, with the same handle. But yeah, that's more or less me. Let's go ahead and pass on over to Zoe.
Hello, everyone. I'm Zoe. You can find me on Twitter as Zoe Trooper. Super easy. I have quite a few projects in the run right now. Nothing I can really concrete talk about, but lots of writing, lots of creativity. I'm super excited. But speaking of super excited, I'm happy to be here today. And this game, as far as we've done through session zeros, has left with so many like creative options and very entertaining as far as character creation has went. I am so excited for this character. I'm so excited for the interactions, and I am absolutely enthusiastic about the world we managed to create together, which was in the last episode. Not sure where that's posted, but hopefully you can go back and watch that. That'd be
Mhm.
great.
Yeah. Yes, let's throw it over to Drake. How are you doing this morning? Tell us about yourself.
I'm doing pretty good. Also, very very excited for this. Not my first stream, but my first stream as a player, which I'm really really hyped for. Hi, I'm Drake. Also the Lion Knight 42. You can find me on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, pretty much wherever under that moniker. I do a weekly fifth edition D&D live play, which airs on Twitch Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. EST, called Dice Trays Action. And I have a YouTube show called Roll for Perspective, where I sit down with content creators, players, GMs, DMs, and other people within the TTRPG space to discuss game setting, tips, tricks, and provide insight to people. I also have a couple projects that I can't really talk about just yet, but I'm very, very excited to be working on.
It's always hard, isn't it? It's just like, I want to blab about them, but I gotta wait.
And
Yeah.
of course, the whole reason why we are here, the reason that we get to play this game, let me throw a quick shout out for David Blandy, the creator of Lost Eons, as well as many other fantastic games. David is not able to join us for this series of RPGs Uncovered. The scheduling just didn't work out. We are setting up an interview, so we do get a time to talk to him and get his insight into the game and ask questions, and just get to know him as a creator and his game. But you can find David Blandy on Twitter under that own handle, David Blandy's David Blandy RPGs. But let me also throw down his itch page so you can check out the game yourself. This will get you over to the Lost Eons game page. It is a 3-zine triptych bundle that is actually on sale right now. You get the GM's guide, the player's guide, and a fantastic setting guide that has all kinds of ideas for different societies and ways to incorporate various things into a game setting, all for only $13.40 USD. It's a great deal. That is, of course, PDF version. There is a hardcover version that comes in a very nice, fancy, minimalist, fancy cardboard box. Comes with a map and character sheets and all that. Let me link that as well. I am saving up for that because I really like getting hard copies of these fantastic games. But go check out both of these sites if you are interested in picking up your own copy of Lost Eons. Because, of course, here at RPGs Uncovered, we are here to teach the game, and that is easiest when you are following along. So go pick up the game if it sounds interesting to you. You can go back to our previous episode and check out how I break down the rules and follow along with what we have going on here. All right, so I think this is when we start our game. So yes, we had a quick. It was about 2 hours. That's quick for me. I'm not a concise person. A quick session 0 last night where we talked about a bunch of things. We've gone over safety tools and the general projection of the story. So all of these people here I know what they are comfortable with. They know how to get in touch with me should anything come up, good, bad, whatever. It is very important to have a session 0 and talk about safety tools and what everybody's comfortable with, and set up ways to get people's attention and whatnot. So that's my first tip as a GM for learning how to play games. Do a session 0. It's really important. Get to know your players as people before you get to know them as characters, and work together collaboratively as a whole table to make the best story that you can make. Because it's not just on the GM side, it's a whole table collaborative experience. The more that they are involved, the more that it's going to be enjoyable for everyone. That's not to say that they have really any idea where this is going to go. They know how this is set up, they know the theme of the story, but they're in for some surprises, and I'm sure I am in for some surprises from them as well. Another quick asterisk before we get started, this of course is a demo play mini-series, so we will be stopping every now and then to explain the rules and tips and whatnot, and demonstrate and explain what is going on. So we will be telling a fantastic story. I'm sure with these great people, we're going to have a fantastic story, and we're also going to be teaching the game. So let's start us off. I'm thinking, before we get into... I'm gonna do this narratively. All right, let's jump into things. We're going to start our Lost Eons adventure deep underground. The camera, if you will pick up slowly moving through this very dimly lit large chamber full of various mechanisms, pipes and valves and pods of some sort, chambers. It looks very mechanical, very industrial. The air is clearly cold, as you can see frost on some of the pipes. Some of the steam that comes out of them is very clearly visible in the chilled air down here. Very minimal power, very dark, wherever this is. For some backstory, we know that sometime long ago, collectively understood to be 8,000 years or so, though that's a very, very long time. There's an asterisk there. I'll talk about that in our after show. A very long time has passed since there was a catastrophic climate crisis. What exactly that entailed has been lost to time, but the surface world became maybe not uninhabitable, but uncomfortably inhabitable, dangerous for life as we know it today, life as they knew it 8,000 years ago. And so they built havens, bunkers underground, Haven Corp, building bunkers underground for those who were deemed important enough, unique enough, rich enough to warrant being preserved, saved. What exactly each of these havens provided, the commodities, the lifestyle in there, seemed to be different for each one. Some were meant for cryostasis, some were meant for long-term generational habitation. Others, perhaps a bit more experimental in various ways. We find ourselves in one of these such havens about 8,000 years ago, or so, since that climate crisis, in this cold, dark cryo chamber. And as we pass by pod after pod, frozen over with frost, gleaming in the little bit of light that is still being emitted from emergency power down here, we come to one particular pod that still has a bright red light above it. Steam still slowly emerging out of it. And a klaxon begins to sound. That red light turns to green, and a puff of steam emerges from several different valves as the glass casing of this pod cracks open. Tollin, you come too. It's a jarring experience because you didn't even realize that you were being put out. You came to this haven knowing that you were chosen, for whatever reason, to be preserved in some way, to have your family survive this climate crisis, survive when the world above became inhospitable for comfortable living. You were taken down through the intake process, through what was clearly a common room with habitation off to one side, various recreational areas off to the other. It looked like a very nice facility down here for you and probably a few dozen other families to live fairly comfortably, probably for generations down here. And in your intake process, to make sure that the habitat, the haven, was kept clean and safe from outside germs, of course, there was a medical review, an examination, and a decontamination process. And as you enter the decontamination chamber, you enter that loud sort of hospital chamber where they spray out in great force and volume decontamination agents, or what you were told were decontamination agents. And now you're waking up cold in a dark chamber, almost coffin-like. In the dark, with no one to greet you. You have only the clothes you were wearing at the time, and whatever minor personal effects you would have had on your person.
So the chamber opens and falls out. And it's just a moment of confusion and distortion in the dark. Almost reflexively, he reaches up to his neck, checking for a locket that seems to still be there. He just sort of, in a panic almost, starts looking around to see what, if anything, he sees surrounding him.
Yes, you find yourself in this large chamber. It is a large chamber. As I said, it looked like this facility was able to hold several dozen other families. And you saw some of them during your intake process, and looking around, you see pod after pod stacked 3 or 4 high to this massive underground warehouse in rows and rows stretching out in the darkness as far as you can see, though that is not very far in the dim light of emergency power. Of the ones you see immediately around you, they are all slightly frozen over with frost. But you are aware that the bright green light upon your pod is not shared by any of the others, nor any light, really. The only dim illumination coming from high above you in these very low red emergency power lights. But these other pods don't seem active. And there is really only 2 directions that you could go down in either direction of these long corridors of pods.
I sort of take a step forward. As I do, just sort of collapse to the floor. It's just this echo of just like flesh meeting what I assume would be like a concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Slowly, I sort of rise, unsteady on my legs, and I begin to sort of almost hobble towards the next pod beside mine, trying to grab at the sleeve of this very plain white, like long sleeved undershirt, and just kind of wipe at the front of it to see if what if anything is inside. Not even really processing the fact that there clearly is no one else here. At least no one awake, no one active or functional, or here to explain exactly what the hell is going on. Just silence, except for my own breath.
You take your shirt and wipe off some of the frost on the next pod over. And you see what is surprising, but probably of no surprise to anyone fully aware of this situation. The skeletal remains of somebody long since decayed. Mere bone and tight flesh.
And as that becomes apparent, there's again it almost takes a moment for him to process this. As he does, his eyes just sort of go wide. He goes, "What the and he just starts moving down the line, going from one to the next, wiping them, and as he moves, just the panic starts to finally really set in, and the breath starts to quicken. And after I assume 2 or 3 of these times, just seeing more of the same, just
Well,
they just sort of
that is what's interesting. You don't always see more of the same. As you move from one pod to the next, scraping off a thin layer of frost, you see some of these individuals don't look quite human, and not all of them look equally decayed. The next pod over, you see someone who is clearly dead, but not nearly as skeletal, though they have these bony protrusions sticking out from various parts of what's left of their body. They have this thin, wiry, it's hard to tell color down here in the emergency lighting, but this thin, wiry, bushy patches across their form. Another one, a few pods down, you see is actually quite well preserved. Probably, depending on how long the cryostasis lasted, they appear, again, clearly dead, but probably not for too very long, considering they're likely sealed in a very sterile environment here. It looks like they're almost covered in very thin scales. Very, very flat features upon what is left of their face. These are not people as you know them. But of course, some of them are. Some of them look like usual skeletons, and some of them, again, look fairly well preserved as regular people. What are these monstrosities down here with you?
Sort of back up away from it after after like the third or fourth time that I see one of these strange, inhuman-looking creatures. He just sort of looks around. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
And then there's just this deep, heavy, almost like a cloud setting in of fear and panic and sadness. And he just takes off running. Not really sure why he's running or where he's running to or even what he's running from, but he just has to not be here.
You run down this line of cryopod shelving for what feels like a long time, though it certainly isn't in your panic, until you get to one end of this large room where it opens up and you can see this was but one row of probably 4 or 5 rows of these cryopods. And you see a desk off to the side of this room, surrounded by various blank monitors and other computer equipment.
He goes running over to the computers, and just one by one, he's going to try and boot them up or see if they're still active.
You go over to these computers and you tap some of the keys. You go down and press some of the power buttons on the various servers and desktops and whatnot. Most of them have long since lost power, covered over in a thin layer of dust and frost. But you get to one that when you touch does begin to glow dimly. The screen associated with this flickers and just barely comes on. It is dim, it is low power. There are those green and red lines that come down on burnt out, broken monitors that have long since lost the ability to really form the picture that they were meant to portray. And it boots up into a record keeping set of notes. It looks, of course, like a registry of, well, the inhabitants. You see a long list of names that go down, some of which you vaguely remember. Neighbors you met back in your previous life, what was either 8,000 years ago or a few minutes. Politicians, business people, large large varied selection of people. And you also see on other columns of this list personal details, age, sex, various notes on diet and their medical disposition. And there are two columns. One that is simply filled with numbers. They're all decimals, 0 point something, 0.173, 0.005, 0.432. That goes down, down, down along this list. And then in the final column, it simply says, for as many of these entries as you care to scroll down, deceased, 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 deceased.
And just as I'm scrolling, just no, 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 no. Is there a search function?
There is.
After a moment, sort of stealing those, he's gonna start typing in the name of his husband, Nathan. And it is for a moment his finger just sort of hovers over the enter key, and then he presses it.
There's a climactic moment as you press the enter key. And nothing happens. It's an old keyboard. It's frustrating. You hit it again. You mash it again, and finally, the computer recognizes the input and begins rapidly scrolling down this list of long deceased names. Nathan Karras. It does scroll down to that entry, Karras, Nathan. It lists a cryopod number, pod 73. And you go over along the line. Age seems appropriate. Male. 0.563. And you almost block out, put blinders on that last final entry until you have to look at it. Like all the others. Deceased.
What was the number of the last pod that I had looked at?
Nathan's pod was pod 73.
Okay. So immediately, based just off whatever system seems like is in place that I understand to whatever ability I do, just take off immediately running towards where I hope would be that pod.
Yeah, it seems there's 125 pods. And actually, there's more than that because they're stacked high. There's probably close to 400 or 500 pods in here, but they are set up in lines of 25, and then stacked 25, and then stacked. So you have to run it. You're not in the mind space to really process how numbers exactly work at the moment. So you run between row after row, and eventually find, okay, they're in rows of 25. You run down this row and you'll eventually get to 73. You do so, starting to lose your breath down here in the cold. It's only now, after all of this exhilaration, as you come upon this pod, your mind and your body not wanting to face reality, not wanting to face what that computer says is going to be in there, it finally tells you that the air is dangerously thin down here. You are almost beginning to hyperventilate, both in the cold and very thin oxygen down here. But you make it to pod 73, once again frozen over with frost. No light, no steam. No movement among that or any of the other pods down in this row.
I, out of breath, barely standing on my feet, I just start wiping at the.
You wipe away the frost, and inside you see what looks vaguely like Nathan. It's his face. He's well enough preserved. He is clearly dead, and that's enough of a shock to you. Seeing pretty clearly his face, and then you realize that there are tendrils coming out from his brow ridge. His hair has been replaced with these ridges, cranial ridges. It looks like he started to grow another set of arms. What happened down here?
Fall to my knees. Tears streaming, hands running back through the short, sort of messy black hair. And again, one hand goes to the locket around my neck. For a moment, I just sit, mourning, hurt, confused. There's almost an active effort to avoid looking at the pod beside his. And just uncertain of what to do or if they'd even bother doing anything. After a couple of maybe a minute or two, there's a bit of a laugh. And I sort of pull myself back up. Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello?
And just again, take off. Now running towards anything. If there's any back towards the computers, maybe to start looking through desks or anywhere else to just find something, anything that could make this make sense. Barely keeping on my feet as I go.
Is there another name you want to look up?
Yeah.
You avoid that computer. There's no good news in it. You know that. But the desk has drawers. None of the other monitors seem to be active. You pull at one of these drawers, rusted and frosted over. It takes a heave and a screech to pull out this drawer. And inside, of course, you see various writing implements, paper clips, staples, various office accoutrement, and a few stacks of paper and a journal that simply has basically one of those black memo books that simply says handwritten on top, Dr. Fallon's research notes.
I pull that along with any like a pen or a pencil or whatever is in there out of the desk, and I just start. I like throw open the notebook and I start looking through it.
It's a handwritten notebook, of course. The handwriting is not great. Legible, or what would normally be legible if you were in proper lighting and proper mindset, but it's scrawled enough that trying to quickly skim it is frustrating at best. You can make out words here or there, but among these scratched in words, there's, of course, accompanying various diagrams of pods and what may be chemical notations. There's mathematic equations, all very high minded scientific jargon that you are not in a position right now to really have under any understanding of. But again, you do start to see as you flip through these pages what looks like names of individuals that you recognize, numbers presented in decimal points, and notes, or at least references to mutations and essence.
And after flipping through, just he takes the notebook and almost like he closes it and just kind of like slams it against the desk for a moment and just screams out, "Why don't you make sense?" And then after a moment, I think he'll return to the working monitor and see if he can search the word essence. Probably the only thing that made any sense from what he looked through.
You search the word essence, and all that comes up is the header of that column presented in decimal points. Essence 0.053. Next entry 0.427.
I type in my own name.
It scrolls down. Karis, comma, Tollin. Pod 23 has your statistics. Essence 0.001. Alive.
And there's a moment where again his fingers just hover keyboard, just barely twitching as though almost trying to fight. Type it in. Stop. I open up to the. Is there like an empty page in the back of the notebook?
Yeah.
I rip it out. And is there? Can I find any tape or any sort of adhesive in the drawers that I've looked through?
Yeah, you can scramble through the doors and pull out a roll of tape, pull some off, uh, cut it off, and try to apply it. The adhesive has long since dried out. But there are staples in there.
Better than nothing.
Pins.
I'm gonna first try pulling at one of the desks, but having no luck moving it. Then take one of the pencils, and I'm just gonna quickly scrawl on the paper when to find help. I'll be back. Everything will be okay. Dad. And I'm gonna leave it on the ground right in front of the pod next to Nathan's and put whatever the heaviest thing I can carry is right at the top of it to keep it from blowing away, and then I'm just taking off looking for anything that I could use as I make a beeline as whatever door I think will take me closest to getting out of here.
Okay. With that, I'd say a significant portion of your adrenaline has started to decrease to the point where the exhaustion and lack of oxygen is starting to set in. And simply moving your legs further away from these pods, that pod, becomes an effort. But you do manage to go down row after row of these cryo chambers, and you do find a large steel bulkhead door that has a light, very dimly glowing red above it, and a switch next to it.
Looking around, is there anything that immediately stands out to me as something that might be useful once I try and go past the store?
In here, not much I haven't already described. The contents on the desk, the computers and keyboards on top of it. Machinery that's about. All of it looks quite aged. Perhaps you could pull a pipe off the wall and hope that whatever was flowing through it is not still active or corrosive or hot.
No, I think I'm just going to try and get the door open. You said there's a switch?
Yes. Let me actually have you, because this is a good chance for our first roll. We can demonstrate a roll. Give me a search check. Normally, the GM does not call for checks. A player suggests a course of action and suggests which skill they would like to roll, and then if the GM agrees that that makes sense, they go ahead and roll it. But this sounds like a perfect opportunity for a search check for you to search this immediate surrounding for something that may be useful to you. So to do this, we're gonna take a pause to explain how rolling works in this game. Every character has a soul die and a skill die. You always roll 2 dice unless the GM is mean and says otherwise. So you will start out with a d6 soul die. That is your basic level of competence that everybody has. You are largely uninjured, so your soul die is not decremented to a d4. You start with a soul die of a d6, and then you have your skill dice. What is your skill rating? What dice are you using for search?
That would be a D8.
A D8. Very good. So you would be rolling a D6 and a D8. Resolving this is very simple. You roll those 2 dice, and of course 1, 2, and 3 is a flat failure. That simply means that you failed in what you were attempting to do, and you suffer a consequence because of it. This is a game that promotes continually expanding the narrative. You never simply fail and the action stops. If you fail, something then happens in consequence so that the narrative can continue to keep going. Then 4 and 5 is a partial success. You succeed in the task that you sought out, but there is a complication. You succeed in what you were doing, what you wanted to accomplish has been accomplished, but there is some unforeseen consequence. And 6 or above, because you are not just rolling a d6, 6 or anything higher, which becomes easier and easier as you have larger and larger skill dice, is a complete success, in which you full out completely succeed in what you were doing, no complications, no unforeseen consequences. So go ahead and roll me your search check.
That is a 6 on the d8.
Very nice. Okay. I will also point out, if you roll 2 6s or above, that is a critical success, and if you fail and show a result of 1, that is a critical failure, coming up 2 consequences. But you rolled a 6 on your d8, that is a full success. You look around in this room. We'll drop back into the narrative. You look around in this immediate area. You are over to one side of the walls. This seems covering the walls almost alien Nostromo fashion, just pipes after pipes and valves and junctions and various very clear machinery along these walls, leading up to the ceiling, arcing over this entire warehouse, spreading out across the other walls and connecting to all of these various cryopods. And after just a few minutes of searching, you do see a toolkit lying down at where somebody must have been repairing something at some point, and it has what you would expect in a toolkit: wrenches, screwdrivers, probably a large metal file, various clamps. There's probably some zip ties in there, or those metal. They're like metal zip ties. Basically, whatever you would find in a relatively normal toolkit, though everything in there is quite well aged. The wooden handles of some of these things are brittle, maybe not rotting off. There's very little moisture down here, and what is down here is frozen, but it is brittle. The plastic likewise has some cracks and may also be a bit more sturdy, but also brittle. But the metal is largely intact and not very corroded. So if there's anything from a normal toolkit, you can grab that, or the entire toolkit.
But I'm gonna take the. And if you said there's like a screwdriver, I'll take the screwdriver from the toolkit. And just like as I grab it, it sort of the wooden handle sort of crumbles a bit, and like gets little bits of wood, and feels almost like corkboard, I guess, between my fingers. Just sort of hold it because I've got nowhere to put it. And I think that's it. And then I'm going to make for the switch.
Okay. You head over to the switch. It is currently in the down position. You can reach forward and, with some effort, push it upwards. And the dim red light above the door flickers a few times, and then changes to a dim green light as you hear the scraping of metal on metal as the door slowly begins to rise, and the camera will follow that door as it rises up, and instead of showing what is beyond the door, it will rise into the darkness of the ceiling, and we will fade out. That was some excellent roleplay there, Drake. You had me. You gave me the vapors there for a second.
I got myself a little bit too.
Yeah. Oh, I know. Great roleplay there. So we will be coming back shortly to whatever is going down in the haven Tolan finds himself in, but we will continue the camera as it progresses upward past the darkness, past several other layers of dimly lit, very mechanical looking rooms before there is a series of dirt and then breaking of sunlight. Andrew, I saw you held up a finger. Was that
Oh no,
camera
sorry,
or
it was camera.
Gotcha. Okay. Our camera follows up through this facility and breaks into the sunlight, very different from the dim, cold, frost-laden, dust-covered, dingy mechanical industrial confines of the deepest layers of this haven. We see stretching out over a few rolling hills, lush grasses of not just green, but purples and oranges as they shimmer in a kaleidoscopic cascade as the wind blows across the hills. You see various trees of unusual shape. They are not trees that you or I, as people in the audience, would recognize today. Some of them have various tendrils coming off of them that look like they even move of their own volition, grabbing at other trees or swiping at the ground every now and then, displacing some of the underbrush, maybe grabbing at another root, pulling up another part of a smaller plant. You might see a small creature, six-legged, with these series of small ridges moving along its back as it moves up to one of these trees, and a tendril reaches down and runs across the back of this creature, seemingly picking up some sort of pollen or colorful dust that emerges from some of these ridges. And we follow this bright but alien looking landscape until we come to a small village, a small town surrounded by farmland, what we recognize as farmland, the rows and rows of tilled soil, fences, crops of various kind, but those crops are not tomatoes or berry bushes or cabbages. They are unusual. They're colorful. They're large plants. Colorful plants, various sizes and colors. Some of them spiky, some of them fluffy. But we zoom in on this village, and as we begin to make out people, we begin to make out that those people are not people as we know them, as Tallinn would know them. These people are large, stocky, sturdy individuals. Most of them towering probably 6-7 feet tall, the tallest among them probably 8 feet tall, wide, strong shoulders, with various levels of strange features, mutations, you could call them. There doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to these mutations. It doesn't seem to be a racial trait of any kind. It may be familial, though it's hard to tell looking at such a wide and diverse array of people moving about, but some are covered in fur, some are covered in grass or almost bark-like protrusions. Others have bony protrusions. Some have multiple, more limbs than they should, more eyes than they should, or less. This is a town full of people that have moved beyond what is humanity as you or I know it today. Whatever has happened during and after the climate crisis, all those many centuries, perhaps millennia ago, has changed what it is to be human on this world. But apparently, they're happy and thriving here. And the camera will zoom in to the outskirts of town. We will pull back to a hill just past a number of these tilled out farmlands, past a number of fences and strange crops, to a small hill where there's a strange tree that is unlike any of the others. Small blanket laid out underneath it, and someone sort of perched up upon it there, looking out over the village, and more importantly, over the road leading to and from this village. Zoe, what do we see here?
So first of all, I want to draw your attention to this tree. It is true it's not like any of the other trees in the surrounding locale, but this one has like thick, rubbery leaves, in various hues of purple and pink. It is brightly colored, lovely in all considerations. There are fruit, maybe, but what they look like is little glass baubles filled with a liquid of some sort. It could either be nectar or just some way for the tree to hold water up through the root system and into these little pockets to hold on to for later. Regardless, on this blanket, there is a young woman. She is standing up. She'd be about 6'2", and covered with fluffy hair in some very peculiar areas. Like there's around her neck. Her hair itself does seem to be a little more like fur than it would be actual human hair. And from her back is these appendages. At first, they may look just like a bunch of rope woven together, but as they unfurl and she latches onto a tree branch above her and pulls herself up, it is clear that they are other limbs, perhaps, but they are fluffy like the rest of her and obviously give her some sort of advantage when climbing this tree. And she hoists herself up even further so that she can look out above the road, see the comings and goings of the people here. Life in the commune has been pretty quiet, and these days, Daffyleria is her name, gets most of her enjoyment from just meeting travelers as they come to and fro. It's nice to see what else is out there, but her duties to her hometown keep her from truly adventuring as much as she would like to.
Yes, Daffyleria perched up next to this unusual tree, unusual even for the ones in the area, sitting just on the outskirts of the small farming village of Harvest. Daffyleria, this is where you spend a lot of your recreational time, of which you have a lot because you are a person of considerable privilege, which I will let you get into as you would like. You are used to spending a lot of time out looking upon this road, and you are used to seeing travelers of various kinds come in and out of Harvest every few days or so. Farmers from Harvest moving their crops from here over to the central trade town that is about a week or so away. The trade town of Granmal. And of course, you see the opposite. Traders from Granmal who are taking various goods from there to here, selling commodities that you can't produce locally from the various crops that you grow. And every now and then, simply travelers, adventurers, perhaps explorers, storytellers, bards, if you want to call them that. Simply people who are out exploring the world, and you do meet a wide array of various people, both in personality and, of course, in form, because mutations are abound up here on the intersection. What is the new world, the surface world. But it's been a few days since you've seen anyone. Several days. It's been almost a week since you've seen anyone coming into Harvest. You've seen a few people leave, people you're familiar with. You've largely talked to them all before, but as they were leaving, you probably asked how their harvest was, and the various things they made, and if they were planning on getting up to any fun when they made their way to Granmal. But you haven't seen anyone from Granmal, or even any of those who have left, return, though it's probably, unless they did a complete 180 and turned around as soon as they got there, it's easy to assume that, they're still there making their way back, but it has been a week of very little activity out on this road.
That's unfortunate. It's true that in Harvest I don't have a whole lot of responsibilities, and this is because I am one of the seers. I am quite talented in the act of channeling essence and bending reality in my own way to either help with the harvest in general or just peoples around the area. This keeps me away from the tilling and the growing of plants proper. I leave that to other individuals. It's not expected of me. So when there is no travel from Grandmal, I do find myself a little bit bored, and I work on mostly altering my tree in some way. Because it's true, this tree is not native. I have actually used my powers through the essence to create this thing from scratch. It's unusual, and the more I play with it, the more I realize that I'm robbing it of its chance to adapt and live as it's meant to. And each time I change it, I'm making it more dependent on me. And that's in my head. I know that this is probably not for the best because over the years, the peoples of this world, the plants of this world, have changed to adapt so that they could continue to survive. And I'm robbing it of its chance to survive, but I'm also able to cast magic. I am intrinsically altering the world as I see fit. So it's the balance between doing what is right and letting the earth just be itself.
I'd say that's a good segue to see what sort of magic you actually have at your disposal. So we'll take a quick pause right now to explain how the magic system in this game works, or at least how you go about acquiring your magical abilities. Daphiliria here has decided that she is a spellcaster, and as such, she took an extra major detrimental mutation to be able to cast spells whenever she would like without having to take a minor detrimental mutation every time she chooses to do so. This is quite a penalty to start out with that character creation, but or potentially quite a negative consequence of character creation. But interestingly, that's where the fluffy body tentacles came up.
I got super lucky.
Yes.
And instead of losing my talents and my skills, I just got the physical mutation of fluffy body tentacles. So.
Something that very much stands out and will have narrative consequences. But mechanically, you did not lose anything. So you are a spellcaster, and that means you need some spells, you need some aspects. So the way this works is spells are represented by playing cards, a standard 52 card deck. I have one here. It's actually a sentimental deck. I'll save that for the after show if anybody cares. But I have this deck of playing cards, and there is a list, a table on page 19 of the player's guide that shows exactly what each suit and number or face each card, each aspect represents. And at the dawn of every day, you are given a certain number of cards, and those are your aspects that you have available until you decide to use them or discard them. And you can only have 7 aspects at your disposal at any one time. So, Zoe, how many aspects do you get every dawn?
Because I am a seer, I actually get two aspects at every dawn, as opposed to what a regular person would get, was just 1.
Yes. Okay. So, in order to make this game more interesting and represent that, and to better represent the game and our characters' adventures, I decided that everybody starts out with a milestone. They have taken already one major beneficial mutation and have gotten an extra talent, maybe some skills, maybe some traits. And I am also starting out, assuming that this isn't the first day you've acquired magic, so I'm going to start everybody out with 3 days worth of aspects. So you get two cards per dawn, so I'm actually going to draw 6 cards for you right now.
Okay, let me get my notepad
yes.
ready.
Please note these down or have your own deck at your disposal, whatever is most useful for you. So let's see what we have. I'm first going to shuffle these because I just like shuffling cards. It's fun. I'm a fidgety person, and it's a nice tactile sensation that I enjoy doing. So,
Agreed.
yes, let's see what you got. 6 cards. That is a 7 of clubs. That is chaos magic, specifically sludge.
Ooh.
You get 6 of hearts. That is blood and bone magic. Flex is the keyword for that one. Ooh, a face card. King of clubs. Face cards are more powerful than number cards. A king of clubs. Again, chaos magic. This one, spore. A 2 of hearts.
Chaos seems to be the theme
Yes,
right now.
chaos and blood, apparently, because now you're getting another heart, 2 of hearts, which is bleed. That was your 4th card, 2 more. A 2 of clubs. I might need to shuffle this again. More chaos magic. This one, frenzy. I swear, this is another heart.
Rooting for the cheese.
It is not cheese. It is, however, another. I'm not kidding, guys. All hearts and clubs. All chaos and blood.
We know what kind of spellcaster I am now.
Apparently, Daffalier is a crazed necromancer or something. This one, the 3 of hearts, is actually calm.
Interesting.
So those are your 6 aspects to play with as you choose. They are going to go in a separate discard pile because you actually have those, so let me know when you are casting a spell and I will shuffle them back into the deck. And when we meet our other players, and when Tullen realizes that he might have some level of magic at his disposal, I will dish out other cards for them. Okay, so you have your 6 aspects. They last until you use them or until you decide to trade them away, which you can do at any dawn. Actually, I believe you can do so at any time, or you can discard them at any dawn. So let's jump back in the game, and I will actually ask you if you would like to, since you said you were playing around with your tree and you tend to do so magically, would you like to cast a spell? You don't have to. Would you like to cast a spell to do something fancy to your tree?
Actually, on the back of what we were just kind of talking about, the fact that this tree is kind of getting a disservice by me messing with it all the time, I might try to use the King of Clubs and have that spore magic so that it can kind of drift off into the surrounding area, try to find roots somewhere else, and see if it's more successful in other areas without my tampering.
Okay. So in order to cast a spell, you need to expend one or more of your aspect cards. The more you spend, the more powerful of the spell you can get, the more damage it can do, and the more keywords you have to play around with. So specifically, you are using
King of Clubs.
Spore, the King of Clubs. So I will shuffle that right back into the deck. And so a first level spell, to equate this in terms that people that other players might be more familiar with, it has been explained to me by David, the creator of this game, that a single aspect spell is about the power level of, say, a first level spell in D&D. More powerful than, say, prestidigitation, but you're not throwing fireballs, you're not completely taking over someone's mind or anything. So this is generally a first level spell. So for Spore, and again, you're a spellcaster, you don't take a minor detrimental mutation, at least not immediately. So you bypass the initial cost of that, and instead, I simply need you to roll a channel check. So once again, we can demonstrate how rolling a check will work. You have your soul die, a d6, because you're healthy, and I believe, because you are quite well trained in the magical arts, it is what you have devoted your life to, whether you have wanted to or whether the people of this town demanded it, knowing that you were the seer. I believe you have a d12 in channel.
I do. I took the opportunity to roll those as you were explaining that, and I ended up with a 4 on my soul dice and a 7 on my channel dice.
Okay. So you take the highest of those numbers, unless it is a fail and you get a 1, or if you get 2 6s or higher. So you got a 7, which, again, is a full success. Uh, what would please narrate how you produce spores on this tree and cast them out into the greater world?
So I'm still perched up on one of the branches, and I set my hand against the trunk of the tree, the solid base to it, and I begin to kind of concentrate, letting essence flow through me, through it, and kind of permeate. It's a lot of thought process too, as I kind of manipulate things to how I see fit. Though when I do this, it's not always the result I'm expecting. Sometimes it's quite chaotic, but because I'm mostly successful, some of these pods with the liquid begin to kind of open, and this dew, rather than being seeds, it's still liquid, but it seems to be kind of floating along the wind
Almost
and
like
just
bubbles more than
yeah,
spores or pollen.
and it kind of carries the next generation of this tree to far corners. And hopefully, maybe one day I'll find them and see what comes of that.
All right. The camera follows a few of these bubbles as they travel aloft on the wind and make their way generally down the course of the road leading out of Harvest. And then we hear a rumbling, almost like thunder, but consistent. There's not a crack. The sky is clear, the weather is calm, it's a bright sunny day out, and yet you hear what you immediately assume is a low rolling thunder, but it persists and it grows louder. Coming from off in the distance. You look down in that direction, and far down the road leading into Harvest, you see. Well, it's mere specks at this point. You are up on the hill. You can see miles in the distance at this point across the plain that stretches from Harvest to Granmall. You see a lot of dust being kicked up in the air. Uh, this road leading from Harvest to Granmall and elsewhere is an ancient road, presumably even from before the time of the Havens, but it is long since cracked and eroded. Whatever uh, paint lines, for whatever reason they had them, have long since chipped and have become simply sporadically placed bits of yellow and white. Uh, Weird flecks of vaguely reflective glass clouded over across the ages have been found in the vicinity, some still sticking out of the sides or center of this large, ancient, crumbled road. But of course, over time, simply from wear and from weather, dust has built up through these cracks and collected upon this old, strange rock that the road was made of. And that dust is being kicked up into the air as you see what looks like a small group of something moving fast and moving loud.
I assume this isn't a regular occurrence.
No, you've never seen a caravan move like this. You've never heard any animals or creatures, beasts of burden that may carry carts or anything moving nearly that quickly or that loudly or stirring up that much dust.
My first impulse is that this is unusual, and I am afraid. I would not run headlong into this. I'm going to kind of like retreat from my tree, use my tendrils to set myself back down to the earth, and start making a beeline for town. Um, the people need to know that there's something coming. But ever curious as I am, I might linger a little longer than I probably should have, and try to pick out with my eyes what exactly is happening.
All right. It is a long walk back to town. Of course, as I said, you are on the edge of this farming village, and there are acres of farmland between where you are and town proper. So it will take a while, unless you are sprinting full speed the whole way there, which will be physically difficult. But if you are lingering a bit, if you are moving at a quick pace but still curiously looking behind you every now and then, it'll take you some time to get back to town. You lose a little bit of the distance you could see as you come down off the hill and make your way towards town, but it is still largely a flat plain, and therefore you can see about 3 miles on a flat plain due to the curvature of the earth. Science. You do notice, as you are making your way back to town, they are gaining quickly.
Oh.
They are moving fast. A lot faster than you've seen anything move previously. It would take horses full gallop, unladen by a cart or a caravan, to move at that speed, and probably not for very long. And that rumbling continues and even grows louder.
Can I tell if these are animals that are rushing or people?
If they are creatures of any kind, you've never seen or heard anything like them. But you haven't spent a lot of time outside of harvest. You don't use animals here. Looking among the farms, the camera can pivot, and you see only crops. There are no cattle. There aren't even beasts of burden in this town to help toll the fields. The people here are large enough, broad enough, sturdy enough to pull their own plows. They don't need beasts, and they wouldn't use beasts in that way. Maybe horses every now and then, or these large six-legged dogs that are more companions than they are beast of burden, accompanying them on their trips to and from harvest and Granmall. But they don't look like this, they don't sound like this, and you can actually see in the sunlight as the dust moves away from whatever is causing this, the glinting of what looks like metal.
Well, that does little to comfort me.
I will say, unless you make a very concerted effort to push yourself to get back to town, whatever that is will be upon you before you get back.
Okay. In that case, my plan at this point is to set myself up somewhere with a bit of an advantage and lay prone and kind of hope that it passes me by without difficulty.
Okay.
I should mention, of course, that I am absolutely terrified at this point because thunder in the middle of the day, all this dust getting raised up, and these metallic creatures moving faster than I can possibly run. It's stressful. It's terrifying. I am at this point looking entirely for a place to hide and just get out of their way.
All right. Do we want to make this a roll? There's not really a hide skill in this, and I think this would come down to, well, I'd say it would be a search check on their side, but because the GM in this game doesn't roll any dice, a hide check for you, a search check for them would translate to a hide check for you. You need to succeed in beating their search, let's say. So let's have you roll me a search check. So that would, of course, be your D6 soul die. And what is your die for search?
It's also a D6.
A D6.
So we're going to roll 2 D6s here. Double threes.
Double threes. That is a failure. Okay. So that means not so much that you fail to hide, but more that they succeed in spotting you. This can be translated to combat when we get there, where the player will always roll against a difficulty value set by the adversary, the enemy, the creature. I'm kind of translating that a bit for things that are not player active, like an enemy looking for somebody. I'm gonna bring that up with David and see if that's the way he does it, and if there's any tips that he may have for that. But I think this works out. So you lay prone on one of these hills atop, or just on the outskirts of this farmland, You don't want to lay in the fields themselves. It would be a perfect hiding place, but you wouldn't be able to see anything among the crops and stalks. So you lay prone near one of the fences on one slope of this hill, so you can just peek above the curvature of it and look out. And only, I don't want to say a few minutes, but probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so go by. Like I said, if you pushed yourself, you could probably run back to town before they got there, but any sort of normal pace would have taken a while walking past acres and acres of farmland. After about 10, 15 minutes or so, they're close enough to make out that these are not beasts of any kind you're familiar with. You see through this haze of kicked up dirt, gleaming metal chairs, benches that seem to be hovering a bit off the ground. You've seen things fly, but there's no wings on this. And there's some magics that can hold you aloft. You've even heard of a town quite a ways away that uses some sort of natural essence updraft to travel from the lowlands up to the top of the mountain, but that doesn't seem to be what's going on here. How are these benches sustaining hovering over the ground? And these weird elongated benches with like things to hold on to at the front, and there's 4 or 5 of them, and they sitting upon them seems to be, I'm describing hover cycles. Sitting upon them, you see what looks like people, but they're wearing they're from head to toe in these very tight fitting white clothes of some kind. They even have, from this distance it's hard to tell, but they have this blank white mask upon them and a hood going up over it, but it is all stark white, being dirtied from the dust being kicked up, but there's not a lot of stark white about, not really. Even cotton has a sort of off-white look to it, and of course if you make anything out of flax or other plant-like or other plant materials, without purposeful dyeing, without bleach, which is rare and expensive, you don't get that stark of white, that bright of white. And it's definitely, you've never seen anybody dressed as such, sitting on very quickly moving, loud, floating benches.
Yeah, as these benches are getting closer and closer to me, I'm in my hiding spot. My limbs have begun to tremble as like that exhilaration, like, am I going to get caught? Should I leave? Do I need to run now? But if I run, will they catch me? Will they see me? Am I still hidden? A lot of these thoughts are just going through her mind. And for now, she's just kind of hoping that whatever these creatures are, I can see them. Whatever they are, perhaps they'll just pass me by, you know? Um, maybe I'm beneath them. Normally I would go out to greet visitors, but there's something about this whole situation that has really got me upset. So I'm under my breath going, "Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice the town. Just go around."
You were
Don't.
whispering, don't notice me, but your curiosity is getting the better of you as you are so confused about these metal floating benches and white-laden people that you are creeping your head up more than you really should, curious and morbidly curious about what this terrifying presence may be. And you see they are only a few hundred meters away from you at this point. You can make out details that you couldn't make out before. Written on one of these strange shaped benches, you can see painted upon it in almost reflective blue paint the word GENESTAR. GENESTAR. And on one of these weird floating benches, on a number of these weird floating benches, I would say, the back 3 of them, they're kind of in a flying V formation, have 2 riders sitting upon them, and one of them on the back pulls out from behind them some, looks like a long metal stick of some sort, holds it up to his shoulder like you would a crossbow, looks over in your direction, and you notice a large chunk of dirt explode feet away from you.
Yeah, I slip further down the hill out of their line of sight. It's clearly a weapon of some sort. Gosh, I never in my life have I been expected to do anything in the village beyond get pampered and cast magic when people needed it. So this is terrifying. I'm going to attempt to hide again, or at least make a beeline back to the village if I know it's safe.
Well, the road goes directly to the village, but you can run back further beyond this hill that you have perched yourself upon and through through several of these farms using the plants to at least obscure you.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, that sounds like the best bet at this point. Fear has completely gripped me. I have spells I can use if it comes down to it, but I do not want it to come to that. I need to get home as quickly as possible.
Right. You know it would take powerful magics to cause a large chunk of dirt to explode that precisely from hundreds of meters away. Whatever that weird enchanted metal rod is, you don't want to mess
Mm-hmm.
with it.
No, not at all. Yeah, for my preservation and hopefully to help as many people in the town as possible, running there seems like the best bet.
I'm describing a rifle.
Subtle.
So, making your way back to town, what or who is it are you most needing to get to? What are you running towards?
My brother Cooper is probably the most important person in my life, and I'm. If there was anyone I wanted to save in a situation like that, it would be him. It feels really bad to put it that way because the commune of Harvest has been my home my entire life, but I don't fit in. Because of my upbringing, I've always been set aside differently. I am a part of the commune. But Cooper still understood me despite all of this. He was my brother, and I need to find him first and foremost.
So we're going to follow Daffleria as she sprints down this hill and breaks into a line of tall stalks of something vaguely corn-like, but they're kind of fluffy and green with these weird spiked tendrils coming out of them. As you run through this field of stalks, you are lost from view, both us looking upon Harvest and, more importantly, these weird GENESTAR riders of some sort. And we follow the parting of these stalks as Daffleria makes her way quickly back to town, and the camera rushes forward along that same projection, forward into town, past the farms, past rooftops, and into one of the central town squares of Harvest, where we see out front of a fairly nice establishment. Let me ask you, Andrew, to continue this aspect of collaborative world building. You're outside of some sort of shop. We'll get to who owns the shop, but I'm sure you know. What is this shop?
I would say that this is probably a shop just kind of full of little oddities that have been salvaged from the area. There are a few of us that we like looking for little bits of tech now and then where we can find it, and usually we like to refurbish them and then try to kind of give them back to the community in little ways that can help. Are they like going to be the greatest thing ever? No, absolutely not. But I could see them just being little things, timekeepers, little things to like kind of help monitor like some of the crop levels, even small things such as like basic levels and whatnot for helping with new construction more than anything. But they still utilize some of the ancient world's tech.
Yeah, yeah. Simple barometers and things that may detect air and soil moisture. Different little tools that might help you aerate the ground better, or some things that might provide a little bit better tilling of the soil and whatnot. You're out front of some sort of farming supply store it's a very mom and pop sort of place. A place that also makes and sells their own family woven baskets. And there's a produce cart out front of these very large, very impressive, delicious looking vegetables and fruits. This is, of course, the Mooncrest Emporium, owned by the Mooncrest family, who you as the son of one of the other prominent farming leaders of Harvest, are kind of at odds, or at least your parents are, with the Mooncrest family, though you've had your eye on Lily Mooncrest. And you are outside this shop. You've put together some sort of gizmo to give you a reason to go into the shop, hoping to talk with Lily once more, who is usually behind the counter helping one of her relatives tend to wares, suggest various implements, or trying to sell baskets that she's woven from some of the various grasses that they grow. Let's first, of course, describe who you are, Cooper.
Well, Cooper is a would be fairly tall. He didn't hunch, standing at around 6 feet 4 inches, and has very thick, matted brown hair that is almost constantly getting in his eyes. The only reason they mainly stay back is because he has these goggles that he keeps kind of almost permanently glued to his forehead. He has this long waist length kind of beard interwoven with fluffy, matty, almost fur and moss that has kind of grown in there. Broad shouldered, kind of meaty hands that can move in very delicate maneuvers, despite his size. Uh, just seems to be a very kind of almost timid individual more than anything. He kind of fiddles with the little gizmo in my hand and kind of looks up, takes a deep breath, and just, okay, Coop, you can do this. You can do this. It's just a letter. Just a letter. Takes one more deep breath, and I push my way into Mooncrest Emporium.
Okay. You open the door. It is a very finely made lacquered door with the symbol of the Mooncrest family, which of course is the crescent moon with various stalk-like plants coming out, sort of filling the center of this, blooming in flowers and fruits. And push your way into the Mooncrest Emporium, and you are immediately hit with the delicious scent of vegetables and fruits that are on display for purchase on nearby counters, as well as a smell you are familiar with, that vague undertone of metal and oil used to keep farming equipment properly maintained, over back in the corner. And of course, you see Lily behind the counter, continuing to weave one of her little baskets. A number of people in the shop going about their business. One of the other Mooncrests, who kind of gives you a side-eye leer as you enter this store. Lily's uncle. You know his name, but it's not important to you. He's a prick. He tolerates you here because you provide them gizmos to either use or sell. And of course, you see Lily back there. She has this. She's a petite for this community, which is still pushing on 6 feet tall. This sort of she has this sort of whitish, almost cotton-like fur that accents her shoulders and forearms. wears very, very simple, probably homemade clothing woven together of various plants that have been dyed using their own dyes. Very nice clothing, well-made clothing with various accents. Uh, a very lovely young woman, obviously raised in a level of privilege that you are familiar with, even if you've more or less moved past, maybe not rejected, but not really cared for that level of pampering. Uh, she has this bushy, again, almost cotton like tangle of hair that comes back in two little fun buns. And she looks up from the counter from weaving her basket and gives you a smile. Hello, Coop.
Hi, hi, Lily. Uh, just quick question for GM. What time of year would it be at this time?
It is not quite the harvest season. It is just before. I will find some way to roll a dice, damn it. It is just before peak harvest season. You can see the
Okay.
crops are just beginning to get to their full mass. You're probably 3 or 4 weeks from picking.
Okay. So I'm assuming it'd probably still at least be like pretty moderate temperatures. Still like a little warm out though, right?
Yeah, the mornings and evenings get a little
Okay.
chilled. But
Okay.
it's comfortable. It's not hot during the day. It's comfortable, but towards the high end of comfortable.
Okay. I'm going to kind of walk up to her counter and then just kind of slide the little gizmo that I've made, and there's going to be like a little kind of like letter underneath it. Well, I I made this recently. I've kind of put together some stuff. It's a little hand fan. I've done some research. Apparently, these were pretty good at keeping you cool, and I thought that maybe this could be something that you could use when you're here in the shop. Um, but I thought it could be something that you could use or sell or something. Uh, yeah.
Oh, well, you're always full of interesting little gizmos. I'll get that. That's very lovely. Thank you. I'll give it a try. She picks it up, and I assume this isn't just like a fan. This is some
Yeah,
sort of
no.
gizmo. There's
Like a little like the one
like a
like spreads
handheld
go
rotor
over.
fan.
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
switches and valves and pulleys and this big, probably like hockey puck sized little
Hmm.
rotor fan with one of those metal
Hmm.
mesh grates upon it. You might be able to
Yep.
like strap it to a wrist mount or a tripod on a desk or something. She
Yep.
picks it up and turns it over and plays with some of the switches, and it turns on and sort of puffs a few loose bits of her cotton like hair. She flashes a smile. Oh, I see. I see this.
Yeah.
It's very
Yeah.
cooling. Thank you.
Yeah. Everything okay around the shop? Anything that you need me to take a look at or anything like that?
Um, no, not particularly, not
Okay.
really. Um, I think we're waiting on another batch of mechanical oil just to uh make sure all the larger machines and whatnot are well maintained. Um, but I'd say that's about it.
Okay. Well, if you need anything, just let me know. I'm out on the hut uh, on most days, and if not, just get a hold of Tonk. He knows how to get a hold of me.
Right, Tonk.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that was more or less it. Just on a couple of small errands, and wanted to drop this off for you, and thought you might be able to make use of it. And then he's going to tap the little letter that was underneath it, and he's going to turn and very quickly
She's
walk out.
gonna,
And
as you turn, she's gonna reach out and grab your wrist and hold you back for a second. Wait, you can't leave without me giving you something for this. She smiles and stands up and rushes over to one of the nearby vegetable carts and takes up a few of these like bright red and yellow polka dot sort of ridged rind like fruits and picks up a few of them and like taps on it, puts it back and gives it a smell and rushes back and with one hand takes your hand and the other puts it puts it in your hand and taps it. There you go.
Oh,
For
well,
you.
that is truly appreciated. I actually wasn't sure what I was going to do for lunch today, so
Well,
I
there
guess
you go.
this takes care of that. And just going to blush heavily and then just turn just quickly and just walk out.
I'll see you in a few days, Cooper.
Yeah. You too, Lily. And just big smile on his very, very kind of round face.
All right.
Oh, okay. See, that wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad. Right. That wasn't so bad. Okay. I'm going to Tonks. I need to talk to Tonk.
Okay. Yes, so, Tonk. For anybody who is following us, the People's Ascension, on Twitter, I have posted Tonk there, the Hero Forge mini of Tonk. Tonk is an interesting character, and we'll meet him in a bit. Tonk is the resident sort of head mechanic of Harvest here, the mentor, teacher, if you will, though he's not a great one, really, of Cooper here. He lives on the outskirts, towards the back of the town, not back along the road that Daffaleria likes to hang out in, towards the other further side of town, of course, to make it narratively difficult for everybody. And he has a small shop back there, a small workshop, a small junkyard, really, as most of the people of Harvest would call it, but he calls it his playground. And you can make your way, you can begin making your way through the center of town, through this town square of Harvest. You see a central market area where the smaller families set up their own produce carts and various other stalls of things that they've created, woven together, furniture and clothing, little knickknacks, fruits and vegetables that they put together, pies that they've baked, various other things that they make, all set up around a central watering well fountain area. Harvest is a very friendly, very quaint little town, though it's definitely grown over the course of the last few decades, being the main produce producer, the main breadbasket of this region. And everybody's very friendly. Even to you, Cooper, of course, being a bit of an eccentric, being a bit of, not really an outcast, but somebody who, you know, is a little awkward, is a little strange. Hangs out with Tonk, who is very awkward and very strange. But they're friendly to you, though that may be because of your Starward surname and your parents. But they wave at you and give you a smile, maybe a "how are you" today as you move past, as you make your way towards the edge of town to Tonks. And you do begin to pick up this rumble. Again, it sounds like thunder, but it's a lovely day. And it grows, and it grows quickly. And then, breaking through this low but growing din of some kind of rumbling, you hear, piercing through that, booming through that, almost omnipresent, sourceless, you hear, "Mutants of this village, you will leave your home, present yourself, and make yourself known and appointable to the GENESTAR Knights. You will do this, or we will remove you from your homes and ask you questions our own way. Be ready to present yourselves."
I'm going to take a moment to kind of like look around and see if anybody else is just as confused as
Everyone
as I am.
stops. Everyone stops and looks around. There's murmuring among the crowds. A few young parents begin to rush with their children, presumably back home. Everyone looks very confused and a good number afraid, even. You've never heard anything like this, so loud and omnipresent. Demanding such unreasonable things, calling you mutants? Mutants? Demanding that you make yourself known for questioning. This is a friendly village, and the people from Grand Mall are usually pretty stuck up, but they're not cruel like these people sound. They're not derisive, derogatory. Everyone's very concerned.
I'm going to make my way towards where that sound is coming from.
I would say, because it does seem to just pick up and ride through the air, this sound. I'm describing a megaphone. Let's go ahead and give me. I would say it would make the most sense for an analyze check, unless you could justify something else.
No, analyze is fine with me.
All right.
That is going to be 2d6.
A d6 soul die and a d6 for your analyze.
Okay, that was a 3 on the soul and a 6 on the analyze.
All right. Very good. 6 is a full success. We've had full successes or full failures so far. Not a lot of not a lot of middle ground right now. Okay. Yes, you take a few moments to try to figure out where this is coming from. And you do determine it's coming from down along that roadway. And there's a brief boiling in your chest, that rise of adrenaline that you stifle back, knowing that that's where your sister likes to hang out. And you can begin making your way in that direction.
Yeah, I'm definitely going, and I'm going to set a pretty strong pace heading that direction.
Not long after you start making your way in that direction. Again, Harvest is not small, but it is a full, small town, and there's a lot of farmland from the edge of town moving further out. A lot of distance to cover if you were, say, trying to make your way to Daffleria's tree, but just heading in that general direction. Only a few minutes or so after that booming proclamation, you begin to notice smoke, dark smoke, rising from that direction. Smoke, especially black smoke, in that volume is never a good sign. Not for a farming community. That means your livelihood, be it your crops or your house, is burning.
I'm starting to run, especially I know how sensitive some of the machinery in this area can be. I'm running. Can I give you an endure check on that one?
Sure. Yeah. Right. Sounds good. See how quickly you can run and for how long.
Well, that was a 1 on the soul die and a 6 on the endure.
Fortunately, as long as you succeed, a 1 doesn't matter.
Good.
if you had failed, that would have been real bad. But you got a 6 and a 1. The 6 overrides the 1. That is yet again a full success. Yes, you begin sprinting in that direction. And if I recall correctly, Cooper isn't the most physical of people. So you quickly become winded. You get that stitch in your side, but you push past it. The adrenaline, the fear prompting you forward, where normally if you were simply exercising or getting to a job quicker than if you were running late, let's say, your body might give out. You might, this is too much work. It doesn't matter if I'm a little late. But no, if you're a little late, something bad could happen. Something worse could happen. You push past that stitch in your side. You try to regulate your breathing a little more, and you continue to keep going. Pushing past crowds of people who, at this point, noticing this fire, and again, you hear, as you are moving, these claps, these booms of sound off in the distance. And you see, as you are approaching the edge of town, one of the rooftops, in a sort of catty corner behind you, erupts, explodes, is blasted. A good chunk of that corner is blown apart. You have moved past where any bit of shrapnel may have gotten you. You have pushed yourself faster out of the way from this explosion of wood and ceramic tile. But the roof of that house just exploded, or a corner of it. You can hear that thunder approaching even louder. You can see dust being kicked up. You can see not just one plume of smoke now, but 2, 3, as you make your way to the edge of this village.
I'm just going to kind of grit my teeth. I'm just going to make sure that everybody in this immediate area is okay.
Is there a spot, and you can collaborate amongst yourself, is there a spot that Cooper and Daffaleria would know to go to meet up? Maybe not an emergency spot, but maybe someplace nearby that both of you like to hang out. A clubhouse you used to have, a favorite patch of land, a favorite tree that's not just Daffaleria's. Where would the both of you expect to meet each other if you knew you had to meet each other?
I would say that probably a tree, just because that seems to be kind of on theme for us.
Yeah, a tree could work. I was also thinking about like a patch of either like pea-like vegetables that we would, occasionally just stand there and eat from and talk.
Oh yeah.
Maybe might I suggest like a small water silo, small water tower, looking over
like
this like purple pea pod patch, purple pea pod patch.
You just grab a couple on your way out.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm heading straight there then.
Okay. You begin rushing out of town, and you now see merely 100, 200 meters down the road, moving quickly into the town of Harvest. As I described to Daffaleria, these gleaming metal, floating, loud benches with stark white covered individuals on the back of them. A number of them holding various sizes of pipe that seem to flash every now and then, just before some sort of explosion or burst of fire.
I'm going to take a quick mental note of those, because despite the fact it's terrifying, I'm intrigued. This seems to be older tech. Like I have to know how it works.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But shutting that part of my brain down and just running to our meetup spot, because if they're coming from the direction that she was, I have to make sure she's okay.
I'm not going to have you roll for initiative or anything, because I don't want to give the false impression that this is a combat that you have any reason to actually participate in. So instead, I am simply going to ask for either a reflex or endure test, because they are attacking.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do it endure, because my reflex is terrible.
All right.
Let's see, that is a 3 and a 4.
Okay. So a 3 is a failure, but a 4 is a partial success. There we go. We have a partial success. So to pause again, this is more or less combat, but we'll get into an actual combat that they might have a chance of actually surviving toe-to-toe, maybe, sometime later. But these GENESTAR scouts are rapidly moving forward on their hover bikes and rifles and grenade launchers. I mean, floating benches and strange flashing metal pipes. And they are making an attack. As I said before, in Lost Eons, the GM unfortunately doesn't get to play with any fun math rocks. It is all for the players to roll. So, when an enemy makes an attack against you, you have to roll either a reflex to get out of the way, or an endure test to simply face tank the damage, whatever is happening, endure it, push them out of the way, soak it up through armor, whatever it may be, or jump out of the way, throw up a shield, whatever it may be, reflex-wise. And you would roll against the difficulty of that enemy. It is not actually bound to the normal success metric, 1 to 3 failure, 4 or 5 partial, 6 plus full success. You have to meet or exceed the difficulty value of that enemy. So I lied when I said this is a partial success. It would be a partial success if we weren't in combat. But you said you rolled a 4?
Yes.
Okay, that is good because their difficulty is 4. You have met their difficulty value, and that means that you are not shot by this rifle. So the GENESTAR scout, one of the ones further back with 2 of them on this weird floating bench, the one in front leans forward, pushing weight into, I don't know, these weird handles of some kind, and the bench moves faster and faster in your direction as the one towards the back takes out one of these long pipes, leans against the back of the one in front, puts it into a sighted position, and fires in your direction. And you are quickly running out of the way towards, again, one of these fields of long or tall purple peat pod patches. And they miss. It takes out, it whizzes through. There's some sort of explosion of these purple pea pods that burst just as you move past them and slam against one of the nearby sheds in the area. And again, there's a large hole blown out of that wooden structure as you rush forward to this water tower.
Yeah, in the meantime, I'm just gonna like kind of cover my head and just shit.
And as you run forward, there's a few more cracks, bursts, as a few more shots ring out, but they've lost you amongst these pods. But you hear that rumbling climax. They are right nearby and begin moving further away from you, further into town. You hear another booming voice. This population of mutants and your possessions are now property of the GENESTAR Knights. You will prepare yourselves and you will prepare for the future of humanity returning to its rightful place among the world. Make yourself present and do not resist, or there will be more consequences. And you make your way towards this water tower. You break from the patch of purple pea pods just in time to see your sister, Daphaleria, winded, scratched by various plants as she's made her way through her own section of crops, panting as the both of you make your way to meet up at the base of this water tower. And I think that's where we're going to take our break for this first episode.
Fair. Just when we meet up.
Oh dear Lord, I almost got shot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope that was as fun for you and as fun for you guys as it was for me, because I've had a blast with this intro.
Yay, yes.
Holy crap.
Okay. I know we've been cutting it up into individual sections. It's been about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes focusing on one person or the other, but everyone's going to quickly meet up when we get back from break. So we're going to take a quick break somewhere around 8 minutes. I like to shoot for the 8-minute mark. That gives us enough time to get up, stretch, grab some water, get a snack, whatever it may be, and recenter ourselves, get the adrenaline down a little bit, focus on what we're doing, and get back in the game. So I invite you all to do the same. Get up, do whatever you need to, but definitely check back for the second half of this first episode of Lost Eons GENESTAR, because, well, we have to get the cast all together, the characters all together, and well, these GENESTAR Knights, they don't seem like great people, and they're up to something. They're looking for something or someone. We'll catch you in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Ooh.
Welcome back to the People's Ascension. We have returned from our intermission, and we'll be getting back to the second half of our premiere episode of Lost Eons GENESTAR. And yes, GENESTAR is a threatening, foreboding title. So, it has been a thrilling, heart-pounding, and in some cases heart-wrenching opening to our story. I have thoroughly enjoyed all of the roleplay that you fantastic players have thrown at me. And in normal GM fashion, when you have great players, time happens. So I have all kinds of notes, but to keep us on pace, I'm going to be massaging things a bit, massaging my plans a bit, because roleplay is always more important than whatever the GM machinations may have been. Reward your players good roleplay, and work around them. Keep the story in the way that makes sense for what you had planned and what they have going on. Try to work things around, massage it. Don't cut it, don't force them into anything. Massage the two of these pieces together so that they fit. So you all enjoy the story that you're telling and nobody gets overly put on the spot to completely turn in one direction or the other. As such, we need to get Tollin out of this industrial coffin that is the Haven. So as we return from our commercial break, I don't have any commercials because we don't have sponsors yet, but if you would like to, hit me up. We return from our commercial break, not out by the purple pea pod patch, but back underground in the darkness, where we see an open, large metal bulkhead doorway and the silhouette of Tollin, hunched over, breathing heavily, frosted breath, panting as he stands there with a wrench in one hand, sort of leaning up against this open doorway.
I had, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd meant to say before that I wanted to bring the, screwdriver, and I wanted to bring the notebook with me.
Yes, you have the notebook.
Okay.
Break out my map of the facility.
Ooh.
And by map, I mean flowchart. You emerge from cryopod storage. It opens up into a short hallway, but the door at the other end of this short hallway is open. Not all the way, it's sort of half closed. Whatever power failure, reserve energy that there is, didn't prioritize closing this door all the way, or there was some other mechanical fault. But you do hear the low drone of machinery that's still active. Hissing of pipes and steam, some clanking, and this low whirring sound. It's still dark, it's still dimly lit, the air is still quite thin, and it's still quite cold, though as you leave cryopod storage, it will begin to warm up a bit. You proceed down this short hallway, duck down underneath this door, and peer around, and this looks like the central... From what you know, what basic engineering you may have, which probably isn't much, but you know a generator room when you see one, or at least vaguely. This seems to be the heart of the Haven, the power station. There's various boilers and electrical contraptions with those big spiral metal protuberances, pipes hissing and clanking all over the place. But it's not nearly as active. You can see that this machinery, of all this machinery, maybe 10% is functional, and barely at that. Again, the low, dim red light of emergency lighting flickers on and off. The air is thin. You can hear just the barest bit of breeze from the AC system, the HVAC system, recycling what air remains down here. And you see, as you look around this area, taking in this machinery, where you are, trying to figure out what you're doing, escaping all of that mere feet behind you. You notice the clank of movement. It's not the clanking of pipes. You hear what sounds like metallic patter upon the ground. And you look over in that direction, and moving from behind one set of machinery to another, you see some sort of form, metallic, skittering across the ground.
I just sort of throw myself backwards. Eyes going wide. Oh, shit. I'm just staring in that direction.
In a quick glance, as you look around for any other threats, you do notice past this bunching of machinery, there are, on the 3 other walls of this room, doorways, and above them you see, to your left, essence capture. To your right, subject observation. And ahead, service shaft. And then you hear the whirring of something. You hear a low whirring sound. As you take this in, you look around. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Sorry. You throw yourself back, as you said before, hiding from whatever is moving out in there. When you notice, dipping down underneath this half-closed doorway, so it would have opened up, it's about halfway down, this small drone. It looks like a big eyeball with a big metal iris glowing blue. And these 3 drone fans keeping it aloft, and it looks at you, just bobs up and down a bit.
Hello? If there's someone controlling this place, I don't know what's going on. You're not.
You've, in your previous life, 8,000 years ago, or 8 minutes at this point, you're not sure, you remember these were one of the top model iDrones that came out. They're surveillance, really. They have compartments, small compartments in the back of their round casing, where you can put like little messages or little knickknacks or something for transport. They're strong enough to carry small packages. They're surveillance and delivery drones, basically. Very simple AI programmed to patrol an area, go from point A to point B. They don't have a sophisticated AI in them that's gonna respond.
Can I check to see if there are anything in any of the little compartments or anything like that?
Sure, yeah, you reach out and grab it. It doesn't resist. The blue light in the iris kind of closes and dilates a little bit in response, but continues to hover there.
Do you want me to roll a search? Should I roll a search for that?
I don't think you need a search for that. I mean, you're simply like opening a small compartment and looking in. There's not really a consequence for failure. That's another good GM tip. Don't roll for something if there's not a consequence for failure. Just assume that they succeed, unless there's a reason, something narratively interesting that would happen if they don't. So you can grab that, open that little compartment. I mean, it's small. I mean, the whole drone is probably the size of a basketball. So I mean, it can hold like small packages, but it doesn't have anything on it now. Let's see. Inside of it, let me generate some things here, because again, I'm gonna find some way to roll a dice.
Well, I'm glad I can help with that.
Yeah. Something that makes sense for being down in the underworld. You find there's a small bottle of pills in there, like a prescription bottle in there.
Okay.
It doesn't have much in there. We will say, actually, equipment in this game, you don't need to worry about weight or cost or really ammunition, but every piece of equipment you have has or anything consumable, anything that could run out has a supply dice. And when you use the item, you roll the supply dice. If you roll a 1, it decrements that supply dice. So if you roll a 1 on a d6, it would decrement to a d4. If you roll a 1 on a d4, it decrements down to a 1, and that is your final use after that. So I'm going to say this bottle of pills has a supply die of d4. There's not much in there. But you can pull that out, take a look at it. It's definitely old. There's probably more like dust or crumbled pieces of pill down at the bottom of this that just got shattered or corroded over the ages as this drone moved about. They're probably not super potent at this point, but they may be helpful. Let me have you roll something to see if you recognize what these drugs are.
Could I roll an analyze? Or would you rather I do like a research?
Analyze is more insight and discern. That's more akin to, like in D&D, judging intentions, insight checking,
Okay.
stuff like that. And even though it says mental, that is more of a social category, the way I understand it. I don't think analyze is what you need, but I think research is along the line you were looking at. I'd also take hack if you have any sort of background in chemistry or anything, but research is probably more accurate. That is academic intelligence.
Yeah, I think Cullen's more knowledgeable when it comes to, at this point, incredibly outdated computer systems than chemical. So that is a 6 and a 2.
Okay.
That's a 6.
Another full success. What were you rolling, by the way? D6 soul
D8.
dice and a D8 skill dice on research. Awesome. Yeah. And you rolled a 6. That is, again, a full success. Yes, this is a stimulant. It is basically like hyper caffeine. This is something that people in corporations use quite a bit to deal with their 12, 14-hour days sitting behind a desk doing research or dealing with people or whatever it may be. These are hyper stimulants to keep you awake, surge your adrenaline, make you a bit more mentally acute.
Immediately, so Colin takes it and he lets go of the drone. Thanks.
You let go and it bounces up and down for a little bit and then zooms away.
And immediately
towards, actually.
Yeah.
Towards subject observation.
So immediately I'm gonna take one of the pills because with the air getting as thin as it is and just being emotionally exhausted, and I assume potential atrophy and anything else.
Okay.
It would be nice to be a little less worried that I'm just gonna collapse. So I roll a D4 on that usage.
D4 supply die. Go ahead and roll me that D4.
That is a 2.
All right. It does not decrement. You have continued uses of those pills. There's more pills in that bottle. This allows two things. Players don't need to keep track of ammunition. So okay, I have 20 arrows. I fired one that's 19. The next session I fired 2 arrows. Okay, am I at 17 or 16? No, it doesn't matter. And it allows the GM to be a little bit more narrative and loose with the things they give out. So now Drake here, Tollin, has access to these pills for as long as the dice say it is narratively meaningful. So you take one of these pills. Generally, probably not a good idea to increase your heart rate and breathing with stimulants in a very thin oxygen level environment, but you're not really thinking properly right now. You surge with adrenaline. Sweat begins to beat up on your brow despite the cold around you. You take in a deep yet unsatisfying breath. You feel better? A little bit, I don't want to say stronger, but less haggard, really. And after a few short moments, you find yourself able to better focus on things other than that.
Yeah. And immediately I take off after the drone towards the observation
Okay.
room.
You head to subject observation. I'm gonna speed this up narratively a little bit so we can get everybody together. You head to subject observation, and this opens up into a chamber. You can actually see as you chase this drone. As the drone approaches the door, the door actually lifts up. The drone seems to grant access into this area of the facility. You also notice something else behind you. That clanking metal on metal sound stops and then hurries. You look behind you, and there is about a 5-foot tall, 4-legged maintenance drone. It's kind of clanking, jittery. One of its arm servos doesn't seem to be working properly. It just kind of. There's a welder of some kind on one of its arms that is largely out of fuel of any kind, and just kind of. But the red iris light of this, the iris light of this drone is glowing red, the universal sign of dangerous malfunction. And as you follow the hover drone into subject observation, the door does close as this metal clanking, the maintenance drone moves in that direction. But it's sealed away for now. We'll see if you have to return to that room. You get into subject observation, and it is set up like any computer-based laboratory. There is row after row of servers in here, a long, like 1980s style NASA control center with all kinds of keyboards and what used to be flashing lights and whirring server racks and whatnot. Monitors, maybe not the ancient at this point, like big square glass RTC monitors, but normal, like nowadays monitors, recessed into this whole command center, keyboards and whatnot. Though, as with the other computers you found in the cryo room, none of them seem to be on. If they are activatable, you'd have to check that, but they're not currently functioning. You see at the center of this sort of command setup, sitting in a chair, the skeletal remains of an individual, sort of slumped back, arms down to the side. There's a small hole in his skull, and a pistol on the ground.
I immediately go over and grab the pistol. At this point, the last thing I want to put any focus on is the dead bodies and the corpses around me. And so, especially with the adrenaline pumping through me, I am focused on getting out of here and getting help, whatever that could mean.
The computers don't seem functional at this point. You might be able to jerry-rig something, but it doesn't sound like you really want to linger here. You do notice that there are several other notebooks and binders and physical notes that are here, more than you can carry, really, but you might take some time to flip them open. It is more of the same, more handwritten. Some of them actually printed out, but a lot of very scientific information. You can see it references essence in some way. Numbers that seem to steadily rise, series of individuals, all kinds of diagrams and equations that are set up, and two keywords stick out. One, of course, is essence, and the other is mutation. But there's too much information here for you to parse in any meaningful way right now, and too much physical here for you to carry out. You have your research notebook. If you want to pick up something here as well, you can, but it is not useful, actionable material at this moment. You do have that pistol, but it doesn't have any more bullets in it. There also does not seem to be any other exit to this room beside the one you just came through. You do see the drone that you were following. Actually, it is the drone that led you to this corpse. The drone hovered over to this skeletal remain and just sort of hovers there for a bit, as if it's waiting for new instructions, or simply checking in. I assume after a few moments, with nowhere else to go, you turn around and head back to that doorway, knowing there might be some sort of malfunctioning maintenance drone over there. You head over to the door, flip the switch, and follow it as it opens up, and the drone is not immediately there anymore. There are two other directions you can go, straight ahead at this point into Essence Capture, or towards the service shaft elevator.
I'll look into the Essence Capture room.
Okay. You head across the room. Are you doing so quietly, softly, sneakily to try to avoid this maintenance drone, or are you just booking it?
No, I'm just going.
Okay. You run straight down the center of this room fast as you can. You see that maintenance drone again turn in your direction and start twitchily clanking towards you. You can outrun it, though. This thing is centuries, if not millennia old. It is rusted. It is not well oiled. It is falling apart. You make your way across the room, and again flip open that switch and head into Essence Capture. You see a large machine in there. For anyone who understands the reference, it kind of looks like a TNG era Star Trek warp reactor. This big sort of another reference would be Zordon's chamber from Power Rangers. This big large glass tube filled with green smoke, sort of more plasma than smoke, really, sticking out of this. It's the one bit of machinery in here that actually looks like it's running, maybe not at 100%, but it's on. You can see blinking lights, monitors on there with rows of information and numbers, various level indicators that are in various, spectrum of green to red. This is Essence Capture, and there are tubes leading from this essence reactor or capture system or whatever it may be. You're not particularly familiar with it, but these tubes do lead towards the back and into some sort of contraption. But you can see where this contraption, this big wall of machinery, it's not up against a wall anymore. It looks like that wall collapsed, and instead, leaning very precariously over a chasm, or what looks like a chasm from where you are, And you can see on the side of the room, there are other chambers, other smaller versions of the thing in the center, the central reactor, but the glass of two of those, there's four of them, two on each side. One of them on each side is completely shattered, and one of them is quite well cracked. And in the one completely shattered, you see this almost bubbling, glooping, glopping green sludge. And as you step into the room, you see that green sludge begin to boil, bubble, move on its own as it crawls out of this chamber. And it's just this mass of bright green slime slowly slicking in your direction. Like a giant amorphous slug.
I immediately turn and I'm gonna start running towards the service elevator.
I would like you, because you said you were running, I would like you to make me a reflex test. Again, we're not dropping into combat because I don't want to signal to anyone that this is an actual combat that we need to get ourselves bogged down into, but it is making an attack against you. Instead of me rolling as a GM to attack you, you roll your defense in order to see if you defend against the attack. So let's see if you can dodge as this glowing green essence slug shoots out tendrils of goo in your direction and tries to grab you.
That's not ideal. That's a 4.
Okay, that's a partial success. It grabs onto your ankle. One of the tendrils misses and just kind of slaps into the wall like one of those sticky hand things you get from a vending machine. I'm full of references today. The other one, though, wraps around your ankle. It doesn't have a ton of strength in it. It does pull you a bit, kind of knock you off balance, and in your already weakened state, you don't fall, but you stagger a bit. But you do manage to make your way towards the door, and you can grab onto the side of the door and begin pulling yourself through as you, I assume, slam down on the lever and force the door closed. You do, however, have this glowing green essence tendril wrapped around your ankle, and you do see that it started to burn away at your pant leg, and you get this stinging feeling on your ankle.
Is there anything around me that I can see that I can use to sort of try and pull it off?
I assume you still have your screwdriver. You can
I do.
get that in and kind of wedge it off. It's not. It does actually seem to be a bit alive still. It fights back a bit, but not in any meaningful way. You can wedge it off of you. But you did suffer a consequence, which means I have to give you an actual consequence. It can be narrative, or it can be something like taking damage, or breaking an item, starting a problematic clock. I think for this one, the consequence is actually you are taking the time to get this off of your ankle. You are creeped out about it, and it is hurting. You are taking your time to get this off of you that you don't realize the maintenance drone rapidly approaching.
That seems like a good consequence.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I just sort of am almost stabbing at this thing to as it almost like sort of flails a bit. Just get off. Just sort of jam the screwdriver in and pull it away. And then if I can, I want to try and stab through it with the screwdriver to sort of pin it in place.
You do so. I mean, you're stabbing down into... Well, actually, I'll say, in classic sci-fi fashion, there's probably metal grate flooring down here, so you can stab down with the screwdriver and get it kind of wedged in one of the openings in the metal grate. It flails around for a bit, but it is quite well pinned. You do notice the maintenance drone at this point pretty much right upon you. Roar. Just failure, repair. And it moves in your direction with a series of various tools, pointy hammer, spikes, saws, the mostly spent welding torch, all kinds of twitching in your direction as it lumbers forward to repair you, I guess.
Okay.
You have really one direction for you to go, and that is the service shaft elevator. How would you like to presumably safely get from there through the drone to the elevator?
How like large? I know you said it's about dog size.
They're actually humanoid shaped, but they have four kind of like spider
okay.
legs. They stand about 5 feet tall.
I would like to try and sort of just dart past it, or it can repair me.
Mm.
So can I do that with a reflex?
Yeah, go ahead and make me a reflex check.
That is 2 6s.
That is a critical success. Okay. On a critical success, I will say this is, I don't want to say critique, but it's one of the things that I will definitely be talking with David about. And let me actually double check this, but there's not a lot of guidance on what a critical success actually means. It simply says the result is a critical success. The action. Actually, that's all it says. If you rolled a 6 or above on 2 dice, the result is a critical success. It doesn't really explain what exactly a critical success is. So I am going to say, instead of giving you a consequence, I'm going to give you a boon. So moving past this maintenance drone, you get some sort of benefit in doing so. Do you have an idea of what you would like to acquire from this drone or your surroundings as you move past?
I do. I was wondering if perhaps I could pull off the welding torch piece that it has currently out as I move past, and maybe break it off as I go on my way.
Yeah, you run forward and kind of juke to the side as it reaches out with this massive equipment in your direction, and you grab onto the welding torch and very quickly follow a pipe back to a small canister and grab onto both of those and rip it off of this rusted form of a robot as you run past. You now have a small welding torch with a minute amount of fuel in it. I'm not even giving you a service dice. You get a supply die. You get one use of it. Yeah. And I'm gonna to get everybody back in the game and keep us moving forward, because we only have an hour, I'm gonna narrate the majority of what's left of this dungeon. We've had a lot of great roleplay, and I made the mistake of creating an entire dungeon for 1/3 of a one shot. Okay. So you make your way through this service elevator. And the elevator doesn't have enough power to move. You have to open up the hatch on the top and climb your way up out of this shaft, and it is exhausting. The stimulant makes you believe that it's not as bad as it is, but physically, whether you admit it to yourself or not, you are dangerously exhausted. You start getting lightheaded, but you push past it as you climb your way up probably a good 3 or 4 stories in this elevator shaft. That opens up into a security room. It looks like it opens up into a small room with a number of desks. You see lockers off to one side, great lockers, so you can see inside. You see a few pieces of body armor, some helmets. You see boxes of ammunition, most of them tipped over. You don't see any other weapons, and most of the boxes of ammunition look like they've been tipped over, a lot of it taken. The area is actually a mess, and you do see amongst these desks a number of skeletal remains with various signs of, well, lethal wounds. Some bullet holes, but some cut marks, stab marks, and some with no obvious sign of death. Largely because being beaten doesn't leave a lot of evidence on a skeleton. Not without a very thorough forensic examination, which you do not have time or the mental capacity to do right now. Searching through this, you do find a serviceable set of security armor. This is a polyceramic inlaid flak vest and helmet. We discussed what that means mechanically for you. You now have armor. You have unlocked armor. And you can go over to this shelf of ammunition, and you pull out enough ammunition for a D8 supply die on your pistol. There is clear sign of chaos and combat in this room and beyond. It opens up into what you remember actually being a common room. This was presented as a general, like, cafeteria area. It's an all-purpose room, like a school's all-purpose room. They might set up tables in here for events. Off to one side, it leads to a cafeteria, a small kitchen. Look, there's some shops that had been set up. It's an all-purpose room, and again, there are bodies, skeletons about, slumped over tables, leaning against the wall. There was violence in here. There is nobody left alive in this haven. Not in the cryopods. Not up here in this living area that you were told you were supposed to be living in. You don't know who these people were, or why they weren't in cryopods like the other 400 or so individuals back there. But they're not alive. And it looks like they made themselves not alive. There is clear signs of conflict. There was a fight, and you don't think anybody really won. Maybe the guy back there with the hole in his head, if you call that winning. Off to the left, there are living quarters. You were told they were supposed to be your living quarters, but apparently they are these people. And not just living quarters, but other shops, other restaurants that have been set up. This was designed as a generational living space, and it has grown over time. In your very quick search of that, you do find, almost as a relief to you, maybe some way to help cope, you find a large handle, like big glass jug of alcohol, strong alcohol that was probably distilled down here. Is not from the old world. This is Haven moonshine. You can screw off the cork, and you lose some brain cells just sniffing the air. So you have some Haven moonshine. You also find on one of the bodies, though you're hesitant to pick it up, though you know it's useful, a wrist light that is somehow still on. You can grab that, gingerly slip it off the skeleton, toggle it on and off a bit. There was talk right before the crisis of micro fusion batteries, plasma-based technologies that had extremely long lifespans. So you now have a wrist-mounted flashlight. You can go out of this room back through the common room towards a stairwell, the same stairwell that you came down as you were being led into this haven, into your new life after the crisis, the cataclysm. For whatever that means now. That goes up to the intake area, a sort of security perimeter for this haven. There's nobody here at this point. It seems whatever security would have been posted here was caught in the conflict back there one way or the other. You do find, though, off to a side that goes into a maintenance storage area to help maintain the entrance, maybe some of the other machinery that helps support this upper level of the haven. There's a number of different gizmos and gadgets, various maintenance things. Most of them damaged. Any sort of consumable chemical sort of, not consumable, but chemical things, oils, cleaning agents, whatnot, largely evaporated. And it's spilled, bottles with bullet holes, whatever it may be. You do see a set of boots, fancy but clunky boots. They look almost like astronaut boots. Really, they're padded, they're clunky, and they have this sort of metallic bottom to the sole to them, right? That's the sole of the shoe. Yeah. You've heard of these things. They were in research and development for whatever, like you might have read an article on your phone while you were in a waiting room somewhere. Corporation prototypes regrav hover boots. That is presumably what these are, a pair of regrav hover boots. And with that, you know you're at the entrance of this haven. It has two big blast doors there. One that would slide open this way, and the other that would slide open this way. There, you know, there are feet of steel between you and the outside world, built into the side of this hill. Are you ready to leave the haven?
Just before I do, grab at the locket around my neck, and I pop it open.
What do they see?
And
what does the camera see as it swivels over your shoulder and looks down?
It's a 3D sort of holographic image of the man from downstairs, Nathan, looking significantly better than the last time I saw him. And in his arms is our daughter. It flickers as if almost begging to go out. Closes it. Now I'm ready to leave.
Okay. There is, of course, appropriately, a big red button off to one side that you can slam down on, almost in declaration that you are leaving this accursed, awful place behind. And another klaxon sounds as what is left of the emergency lighting begins to flash orange. Brr, 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 as these heavy doors begin to grind steel against steel, cluttered with dirt and dust from the ages. Dust and dirt begins to fall from the side of the hill that is accumulated on the outside of these doors along the side of this sloping hill over centuries, millennia, possibly. The earth will rebuild itself where humanity has deigned to impose upon it, and feet of dirt begin to pour in from this doorway. You are hit with a blast wave of dirt, but also, fortunately, fresh air. Fresh air. For the first breath you've taken since waking up in your pod, you can fill your lungs. You cough a bit because of the dirt, but you can breathe. The air is fine out there. It even smells sweetly of flowers and plants. Vegetation. It's warm but not uncomfortably so. Actually, probably quite comfortably after waking up in cryostasis, frozen sleep. And we follow Tollin's silhouette, backlit by the sun, as you step out slowly from this haven. And we see, looking out upon rolling hills of green and red and orange grasses, down to a town surrounded by farmland on fire. A new, now burning crisis. New hellscape from the frozen one you woke up in. The world looked peaceful and clean and fresh until you stepped outside, and where there is life, apparently, there also breeds conflict. What is this world you just stepped into? We leave Tollin there, on this hill, and zoom back to the purple peapod patch underneath water tower.
The perilous purple peapod patch?
The perilous purple peapod patch, yes.
Normally not so perilous.
Yes, normally not so much.
Previously peaceful, but perilous peapod.
Yes.
Peapod.
Exactly.
I feel like we're just gonna keep it, just making it more and more complicated.
Alliteration is fun.
Daphaleria. Cooper. This town is under assault. You're not sure by who. They call themselves the GENESTARs, for whatever that means. All you know is there is fire, there's explosions. You can hear the cries of people now. Whatever those thunderous hovering benches are, and the terrifying white soldiers upon them, they've made their way into town, and you can hear screams from within. More shots, arguing, shouting. But you, at least, are together.
Being the older sister, I immediately grab onto Coop's arm and say, "We need to leave right now. There's no debating. We have to go."
Yeah. I know. Do you know who they are? Have you?
No, there was thunder, and then they were there, and they're very fast, and we need to be just as fast.
I think we need to get help. I don't know what else to do. I think help is the only option.
Agreed. Let's go. They don't seem to chase through the fields. That's how I got here.
Are you okay? They did something. It almost hit me, but I managed to avoid it.
Yeah, I'm fine. They made the dirt explode near my face. Powerful magics. I've never seen anything like it.
If you've never seen anything like it, then these things are a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely, you also know, as you were fleeing through the fields, they were somehow causing spontaneous fires to erupt behind you, trying to smoke you out, burn the fields, and presumably you.
Okay, so the fields are no longer a way to escape.
The fields you came through, there are patches of it on fire. You could make it through, it'd be dangerous because there is active and rapidly expanding fire going back in that direction. But they pretty much kind of chased you with fire for maybe only the first acre or so before they really lost any direction of where you went. But you can easily go around town in pretty much any other direction.
Sure. given that, if Coop doesn't disagree with me, I start pulling him off into what I think is a safe direction at this point in time, probably using the shelter of buildings or tree lines to get us away. I'm going to assume the lack of activity from Granmal, it was because these guys passed through, so that's probably not a safe place to hide either.
On foot, it would take a good 2 weeks or so to even get there.
Yeah.
So where do we go?
I don't know. Granmal has been quiet. I don't think it's a viable place anymore. There's other settlements. It's just going to take us a really long time to get to.
Well, if for some reason they come looking for us, what do we have? I've got my darts. I have my slinger. That's all I've got.
I have bedding, bow, food. We can make it work. We just need to get help.
Yes, definitely agreed. Um, ah, Lily's still in there. I I don't know what. Is there anybody that we could take with us, or should we just? Is it just going to be the two of us on this?
In my fury, like to escape the town, I stop. I understand what Lily means to Coop, and I turn my eyes to gaze into his and say, "Have they killed anyone?"
I don't know. I really don't know. Um, I just know that everything was smoke and fire and thunder as I was running to try to find you.
Trust that Lily will be okay. I heard their noise, how they wanted to talk. Trust that they just want to talk for now. If you didn't see anyone fall.
What do they mean that we belong to them now? What the hell does that actually mean?
I don't know. These are scary people.
Are they people? They seem almost more like monsters. Yeah, come in the night.
I don't know. I've never seen anything like this before. I'm sorry, Coop, but we can come back for Lily.
Okay. And at this point, like his shoulders just kind of like slump and just as that adrenaline's starting to kind of wear off and just mental fatigue at the whole situation. This is very stressful for him.
Mm-hmm.
You do bring up a good point that I don't think I emphasized as well to the audience as you would know. These GENESTAR knights that came riding in on the benches, they are bizarre looking. They are short, uh, maybe 6 feet tall, really, uh, slender shoulders, spindly arms from what you would consider. They're wearing stark white, what might be leather, though you don't have a lot of experience with leather because you don't do that to animals here. Uh, and it's not really robes, but other coverings that they may have, their hoods put up, but they don't have. You can't see their faces. You don't see any bony protrusions or natural dermal plating that they might have. You don't see. They all of them only have two regular arms, two regular legs. They move fairly slowly, intimidating with a purpose, but fairly slowly. But they're unusually petite and slender compared to the people you know.
For things that are so small, they are quite terrifying.
Make
I'm
a lot of
describing
noise.
regular humans.
Um, I, can we at least hit up our? Can we hit up our cabins before we go? I just want to grab a couple of things.
Yeah, see if we can see if mom and dad are there, get them out as well. Ugh. We just have to be fast.
Yeah, agreed.
And with that, perhaps the two of us hunkered down low, find the way around towards our houses.
Okay. Let me also take this time to pause real quick because I forgot that Cooper needs some aspects too. I don't know if you plan on using any right now, but let me at least give you the cards.
All right.
How many cards would you normally get at dawn?
Normally, I only get one.
Okay. I said I'm giving you guys 3 days worth of cards, so I will draw you 3 cards. Again, for anyone following along, that is page 19 in the player's guide for a table of what each suit and face means. So, Coop, you get a 9 of spades. Primal magic. That is flash. You get a king of diamonds. Space and time magic. That is repeat. Oh boy. I'm having Veil of the Void Chronomancer flashbacks. And a 2 of spades. More primal magic. This one, thunder. Interesting distribution of magic between your family. Daffaliria seems to be going chaos and blood, whereas you have space, time, and elements.
You know, it may be less chaos and blood tomorrow. Who knows?
Yeah, who knows?
That's the wonder of it.
Yeah.
It's ever changing.
So you have your aspects now. Okay, you want to make your way through these fields towards your home. See if you can find your family and get some extra supplies. For the sake of time, you do so. You make your way through these fields. You hunker low. You skirt around the edge of this village. You continue to hear screams and explosions, parts of buildings being collapsed and set on fire, people being dragged forcefully out of their homes, people separated from their loved ones. You hear more cracks and explosions, and some screams go very quickly silent. You make your way around, though, to your home, your estate, really, here in town. Not your farming estate, as you have out in your own fields, but your in-town home. Because the Starwards are one of the bigger farming families. You have the luxury of having multiple homes. You do see, unfortunately, most like the rest of the town, there is burning and scarring upon the wood and paint outside. Part of the ceiling has been blasted away, part of the roofing has been blasted away, and the front door, has been kicked in.
I know what this means. We're not going to find mom and dad here, and searching for any of our belongings is going to be extremely risky. We'd probably end up getting caught ourselves. I look kind of at Coop, and I just give him this sympathetic look, like, we can try. I can buy us some time if there's something you really need, but I think we're too late.
Yeah, you see my shoulders slump even more than usual. Just complete and utter look of defeat. I think we should just go.
I will ask, any of the equipment that you got in character creation, would it make more sense that you don't keep that on your person at all times? Would it make more sense that you keep it at home? Do you have to retrieve any of your equipment?
The only thing I could think of would be my individual leaf tent. Just, I don't think that'd be something that you'd be carrying on on your person
Probably
at
not,
any given time.
Yeah, just going about town.
I kind of had the idea that Daffaliria had everything kind of like a bedroll on the midsection of her back, right? So she kind of just had everything in a bundle there at all times. But yeah, we could definitely go and try and pick that stuff up as well.
That could easily be in a supply shed, an outbuilding. You don't have to go in the house. You can skirt around the side of the building towards a shed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what my idea had been.
Okay. So we stay low. See if we can grab anything from the shed in the back.
I need one or two things. That's it.
I know. Let's be quiet.
Okay. You sneak your way around your family home. Once, and by once I mean half an hour ago, beautiful, accented, large home. Now, door kicked in, windows broken, part of the roof blasted apart, scorch marks in the lawn. You make your way along the side towards this shed and can move your way inside quietly, sneakily. You go inside, Cooper, you start gathering up some things you need, your tent, bedroll, whatever other little gizmos and gadgets and pieces of equipment and scrap you may need for any sort of repairs you might want to do wherever you find yourself after this. Daffaleria, I assume, keeping some sort of watch.
Yeah.
You gather up your things, turn and start heading out. Make your way to the side of the building, around the corner, back towards the fields to escape out of the village somewhere. As Daffaleria, your arm is grabbed. You see a white glove holding on to the top of your arm. Grip tight. White gloved, white sleeved. A bit of a white cloak falling past the shoulder. Mutant! Halt! We have questions for you. Where is Subject 24?
I don't know any Subject 24, and
where is the
I
Haven?
panic at this point, and I place my hand on his hand, and I cast Calm.
Okay. Very nice. Calm is the 3 of hearts. I will add that to my discard pile. That is a single number card. You're a spellcaster. You do not need to roll for a minor detrimental mutation, but you do need to roll me a channel. That is your D6 soul die, and for you, a D12 skill die.
I rolled a 3 and a 5.
Okay. A 5 is a partial success. So the spell works. You can briefly calm him. Again, this is equivalent to, say, a D&D level 1 spell slot. So you don't permanently calm him, but you can kind of do the Jedi mind trick, calm down now, sort of thing. And for the next few seconds, he'll kind of be a little dazed, less angry, less assertive. You feel the grip on your arm loosen up just a bit. But you need a consequence. You need a consequence. And this game does encourage collaboration and negotiation. Do either of you have an idea of what a consequence could be of casting this calm spell?
Maybe his attention's drawn off of her and onto instead.
And onto what?
That the attention goes to me instead of her.
I think he's more or less addressing both of you. You were pretty much right next to each other as you were trying to escape. He just grabbed her.
Okay.
Good complication for this. I was gonna suggest maybe I get tired. Maybe he takes one of my belongings with him because he's not letting go well enough.
That could be something. Maybe he's calm enough for you to be able to barter him away, but not for him to just be like, oh yeah, I'll just move on. Sweeten the pot and I'll let you go.
That's actually really fun, because one of the items I started with was something tasty, and while we're having this tense moment and I cast calm on him, I offer some of this food from my bag, and meekly, even though I am several inches taller than this guy, just offer it to him and say, would you like to try some?
We haven't had real food since we left our haven. reaches out for it assertively and kind of snaps it from your hand. What does this fruit look like?
Oh goodness. Maybe like a fresh date. They're very like pink on the inside. They're usually kind of juicy, fragrant. Perhaps one of my favorite fruits to eat, but I imagine it being like that. But the inside is maybe more texturally like mousse, like a
Interesting.
mousse dessert.
Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, he takes that and sticks his thumb into the center of it and peels it apart, kind of like an orange. And there's, yeah, this kind of like whipped fruity gelato like stuff in the center of it. And he grabs his white, almost like mannequin face mask and reaches up and pulls it off. And you see underneath what we would know today, us in the audience, what looks like somebody of Hispanic descent, a sort of ruddy, reddish, darkish tan skin, slick back, black hair. The skin is smooth. His face doesn't have any ridges or anything. He has two eyes. I mean, that's normal enough, but they have circle irises. They're not slit irises or goat irises. They're just little small circles surrounded by brown. That's weird. Uh, his teeth are dull and small. And underneath this imposing garb and this mask, they almost look meek. Really strange, but not in a dangerous, intimidating way. They don't look impressive, really, outside of their guise that they've put on, and of course, the magic rods that cause things to explode and burst into flame. He takes this and sort of puts his mask in his jacket, his white leather jacket, and holds it up to his mouth, gives it a sniff. I've never known anything like this. It smells delicious. And he hesitates for a bit. There's a concern in his eyes. But with that, he's no longer grabbing you. He's holding this fruit. He's exposed his face. He's concentrated on that. And that could be your chance to leave.
Yeah, I am both terrified and intrigued by this person. I know the spell is not going to last long. Like something loud might happen and he'll snap out of it, or like anything could really occur in the next few seconds. So I just try to fake a smile despite my terror and say, "It's good. I'm going to be right back." And I dip into the
You two
shed.
head to town. We'll be talking with you with the rest of them. And he turns around, not waiting for you to follow or anything, and just starts nibbling on this fruit.
Of course.
I'm going to nod at her, and I'm going to start like quickly like walking off in the opposite direction he told us to go.
Of course, you do not go back to the center of town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With that, you have your gear, minus some delicious food that you may have been able to use or nourish yourself in some other way.
That's okay. It's worth it.
Yeah. What is your plan here, if you have one?
I think it's just flee, just try to get out of here more than anything, and then when we can calm down, probably try to come up with something then.
Yeah, there's a few smaller villages just scattered about. The only real large population is, of course, a Grand Mall, but that is in the direction that these terrors came from. But you could, if you can sneak back past where they initially came from, unless there were more behind that initial 4 or 5 that showed up, they're probably all within town right now. If you can get past the burning fields, which would be easy enough to do, you could make your way down the ancient road and Try to find some other village that hasn't been hit by this. Find some other safe place.
Yeah, sounds like a sound plan. We could either get help or warn them. My dog. I'm so sorry.
Okay. The two of you make your way out of town, back along these fields. At this point, a number of them burn to the ground, fire rapidly spreading towards the town. You can see as you move, as the fire begins to creep forward and forward to the actual buildings of town, you can see two of these GENESTAR knights supervising a chain of your villagers as they put out the fire. It doesn't seem their goal is complete wanton destruction. They're allowing them to put out the fire, pretty much instructing, commanding that they put out the fire, and are being beaten if they are not quick enough, hit with these large metal explosion sticks. There's nothing you can really do for them, unfortunately. They're alive, and they're putting out the fire, and you're no match for these guys. You can't save an entire town, the two of you, against these 5 well-armored and apparently quite magically adept GENESTAR knights that came out of nowhere. You can skirt around what's left of the fields and start making your way down the ancient road. When you hear another grumbling off to... I need to pull up my map. Off to the west. Your heart jumps in your throat for a second as you fear another squad of these GENESTAR knights is on approach, but both of you flick your vision over in that direction as you see a cloud of dust erupting from the side of a hill and then begin to settle. And it looks like the hill just opened up into a hollow space. And is now flashing orange.
Would I have, just through research or just general fascination, would I have known anything about the Havens?
Actually, this is a good point for some sort of test.
Could this be research, maybe?
I think research would work.
Okay, so that's going to give me the 2d6. Oh, wait, actually, no, that's a d6 and a d8.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. That is a 2 and a 4.
Okay. A 4 is a partial success. Yeah, you know some things about these havens, not a lot. I think the complication is simply that you don't get as the best information. You're recalling information is an inherently a dangerous act. But you know that there are some of the villages nearby, there are folk tales that they came from caves underground, these ancient metal caves from the old world filled with steam and lights and whatnot. You've heard rumors that there are some of these caves, some of these, I don't know, underground buildings of stone and metal that have been found before. Some rumors where people have gone and not returned. Some rumors where they have returned changed and dazed and afraid of what they saw. You've heard about them, but you haven't heard them called havens. They are simply caves of the old world. The metal dungeons, whatever. You've heard them referred to in a number of different ways, but not haven, as the GENESTAR demanded that you locate for him.
My head's going to snap over in that direction, and just I think that's one of the caves of the. I think that's one of those ancient caves. I've heard rumors of them. I think we should, if there's a chance for us to find a place to hide, that might be it.
Okay. Good
I don't know
idea.
why I don't know why it'd be opening now, but I think we should go.
Okay, I'll follow you.
And I'm gonna start running over in that direction.
Okay. You make your way down the ancient road over to that hill. It's a jog that probably does take a good hour or so. Strenuous for you, but you are running from a village on fire. You have plenty of adrenaline pushing you forward. And you get to the base of this hill and look up, and you see somebody's emerged from this old world metal cave. And Tollin, I assume for a while you have just been standing there in awe and maybe even terror, looking out upon this landscape, not having any idea what to do or where to go.
Yeah, I probably would have after a couple of minutes, as the adrenaline starts to die down, just sort of sat down on the mound of dirt and rock and just be completely beside myself between the just sprawling world ahead of me that wasn't in any way what I expected to see, and the strange, just almost like a roller coaster of emotional energy that seems to be kind of collapsing in on me is just too much, and I'm just sitting there. I think I have the moonshine in one hand. I haven't opened it yet, but and I'm just barely there.
Yeah, just sitting there, not knowing what to do with yourself.
No.
The other two of you approaching this hill, making your way up this hill, you do see a figure low on the ground, sitting, and you focus in on them, and again, a burst of adrenaline, your heart leaps into your throat as you see another one of these. I mean, it looks just like those GENESTARs. This strange, short, sleek, pale, smooth skin form, just sitting there.
It's just
Not
the one.
wearing the white that you now associate with GENESTAR Knights, but
Well, to be fair, he
you
was
actually do
wearing a
have a white
white.
shirt.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have a white shirt.
he does actually have a white shirt. He did that to himself before I even
I
introduced the
did. That's
GENESTARs.
on. That's
Perfect.
on me.
He's wearing these weird like blue pants that kind of they're made of some strange like striated material. You're not really sure what they're made of, but he is wearing a white shirt. You can, however, see much more exposed. Again, weird like palish pinkish smooth skin. Normal, if tussed and messy, regular hair, but it's not like coarse bristly hair. It's not fluffy cotton like hair. There's no fluffy body tentacles or bone protuberances or bark growing out of him. He's this small little smooth person like creature just sitting there in a white shirt, but otherwise not nearly as intimidating, demanding
Weird
as the
hairless
GENESTARs.
monkey.
Yeah.
Well, if it's just the one, I think we might be able to surprise him.
Maybe sneak around him? I don't know.
Well, I between the two of us, I'm probably a little bit taller than you if I actually stand up, right?
Mm-hmm.
You hear like a little bit of like popping in my back as I like stretch the shoulders. Well, I can go from the front if you go from the back. Maybe we can surprise it. Maybe we can get the jump on this one like they got the jump on.
You can see that sort of conflict in my eyes. You don't know Defaleria as being a very aggressive person,
Oh, Cooper's
but
definitely not either, but he's scared more than anything.
yeah. So it's like, okay, yeah, yeah, we can ask him what's going on. We can capture him and ask him. Like
Or
they're asking us.
or we can scare him off. Maybe we could do that too.
Okay.
Okay.
Before you get to that, I'm going to pause real quick because a GM needs to admit his mistakes. I glossed over something in the narration of the dungeon, the Haven, that I forgot to draw your attention to, Drake. You do have on. I mean, it just makes the most sense to put it on your wrist. It's most accessible there. It's not a Pip-Boy. I'm trying not to draw too many, associations with Fallout, but you do have this large metal. You do have a kind of it's not
like
not
a
a Pip-Boy.
pad?
It's kind of like a large bangle of some sort. It's a full like wrist guard sort of thing, but it has a number of displays on it. A number of those like red to green. No, lit up meters, that's the word I'm looking for, that have various headers to them, heart rate, blood oxygen level, and one labeled essence that is just all the way down in the red. It just has this tiny little sliver of red down there. There is a sort of glass ring towards your wrist on this that has this sort of vaguely pulsating, not glowing in any meaningful way that's going to give you away, but this sort of pulsing, undulating, bright green fluid inside. You don't remember putting this on. This is not yours. They put this on you. Back to what you were doing.
So I'm going to put a dart into my dart thrower. Just kind of like stretch up a little bit and just kind of okay. You can do this. You can do this. You're a big, scary farmer. And I'm going to start making my way up to where Tullen is. Not overly sneaky. Just kind of like trying to make myself as big as possible.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I have a question. I have sense life.
Yeah.
Which I would need to spend an aspect for,
but
we haven't gone over it yet, and I'm not sure if that's mechanically a thing that we're not doing right now for other reasons, or if we just haven't gotten to do it.
Right. Yes, I should give you your own aspects. Yes, but you. Yeah, it hasn't come up before because there's been nothing else alive in that dungeon. And I would say probably in the state that you are, it is something that you as the player have to actively activate. You have to spend an essence on. It's something you normally have to concentrate on. But because of your heightened state, everything you just went through, you're searching for answers of some kind. And I think it just happens. You do have to spend an aspect, but it does happen if it would be beneficial for the story for it to happen. So let me ask you the same I asked before. How many aspects do you normally get at dawn? One. Okay. I will draw you 3 cards then. Page 19 of the player's guide. That is a Jack of Clubs. The keyword is egg.
Perfect.
So close to cheese.
Almost there. We got
next
Jack and King.
Yeah.
We got both sides of it.
Yep. The next one is an 8 of spades. That is Primal Magic Scold. And a 3 of spades. That is Engulf. So you can spend one of those. I don't think it really matters which one for you to sort of passively, accidentally activate your sense life talent.
Yeah. I'm going to spend the egg.
All right.
Fair.
And I think, like you said, I think the way it manifests would just be, there's so much sensory overload right now, and there's just this desperation to find help and answers and understanding that just without knowing what it is that I'm doing, there's just this sort of spread of looking for those answers or that help in any way that I possibly can find it.
Okay. Yeah, you're trying to find answers in any way you can, and most importantly, trying to find a person, somebody to explain this to. And in that sort of passive, I need somebody to tell me where I am, what's going on, what to do. Somebody, anybody, you sense two individuals coming up, uh, coming up the side of this hill.
I think
Uh, you
if it's okay
sense.
with, oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say if it's okay with you, maybe I even can the way it manifests is just I hear sort of a whisper in an unrecognizable voice that warns me that they're coming or that they're
Mm,
here.
yeah, yeah. There's a whether you notice it or not, that green band on this arm device that you have faintly, very faintly, just flashes green real quickly. And for whatever reason, whatever sensory input you might maybe imagine directs your senses over to where these two are. And you sense, of course, their presence. There are two of them. You know where they are. You sense that they are generally larger and stockier than you, but not by too terribly much. Um, and they are, of course, alive and they are afraid. Again, for all of our rememberings, let's actually have very briefly have Cooper and Daphleria describe yourself to Tolan and the rest of us in the audience who might not have caught it the first time. Cooper, you go first. I believe you were
Okay.
heading up first.
Okay. So Cooper, now that he's actually standing at full height, he's probably around 6 feet 4 inches tall, really broad shoulders, kind of big meaty hands, very kind of round, normally kind face. He's trying to put on a scary face at the moment. Um, kind of fluffy hair that normally is trying to like fall into his face and faces, but it's held back by a pair of goggles that he has attached to his head. And he has this nearly like waist length, like fluffy beard that's also like interspersed with like bits of moss and has kind of darker skin tones towards him. It's like almost like kind of leaning towards almost a green color.
And I have to say, I would love some fan art of Cooper and Lily because that would be adorable.
Heck
I have
yeah.
in my mind this whole picture of Lily Mooncrest, and it's adorable. Anyway, Daffleria, what does Tomlin see as you approach just behind Cooper?
So, very similar sort of person. Maybe not as strong, but definitely still a stocky build. Very sturdy looking. Um, Occasionally there are patches of fur coming out, like particularly at her neck, and her hair is super fluffy as well. Hues of yellows and golds throughout these patches of fur. And while she's standing there, she has her bow drawn, not pointed at you yet.
Under the side,
It's
ready to
more,
go.
yeah, it's more of a precaution at this point. But if that didn't look terrifying or sinister enough, the tendrils that come from her back begin to unfurl and just kind of like direct themselves at you as though she is focusing with all of her might on you.
Fluffy displacer tentacles, fluffy
Mhm.
Well,
body tentacles.
yeah, at least they don't look imposing or anything.
Yeah, they're not terrifying at all. Which brings us to our strange short hairless monkey. What do they see aside from a
So
strange short hairless monkey?
Colin is about 5'9". He's relatively lithe individual. Never much for muscle mass, although he did keep in relatively good shape. Uh, he he has very pale skin, and just a bit of sort of stubble with a touch of gray in his beard and short, sort of messy black hair, although usually purposefully kept messy, but here for completely other reasons. Uh, he's wearing just these very simple blue slacks, maybe almost sweats. One leg of which by the ankle has been sort of burned a little shorter and is kind of ragged. He has on this just black vest, which I assume has the logo from the company. on it?
Yes, it says in white sort of chipped plastic, chipped vinyl leathers, Haven Corp.
And just these almost emerald green eyes that are wide in absolute abject horror, with a big glass jug of some kind of liquid in one hand, and the other hand seems to slowly be sort of reaching down towards his belt.
And I'm gonna have the three of you just run with this for the rest of our time.
I'm gonna like kind of like pull back on my more or less like slingshot kind of thing, and you see that there's like this like big wooden dart like loaded into it, and I'm just gonna like pull it back. Are you GENESTAR?
The fuck?
He looks GENESTAR.
He looks GENESTAR.
What the fuck is a GENESTAR?
People like you attacked us and burned us down and claimed us as your. Who the hell are you?
What the hell are you?
Wait, wait, hell. Are you a GENESTAR knight?
Like with the swords and shields?
No, with the thunder sticks.
Flying chairs.
Thunder, flying chairs.
His clothes are different.
I'm gonna just kind of like look over at you, and I'm gonna like slowly start to kind of like put the dart down. They all wore the same. They all look the same, right?
Yes, I think this one seems different.
And they didn't seem scared of us. What are you?
I'm Talon.
What's a Talon?
That's my name. What are you?
We're from Harvest. I'm Cooper.
I'm still very nervous at this point. And we seem to be at introductions, and I'm just kind of like, I'm Daphaleria.
What is Harvest? Where is everything? Where is everyone?
Wait, are you from the ancient cave? Nobody comes
You
out
mean
of those. Not people go into them and disappear, but nobody comes out. I'm gonna like lean over and whisper to Daphaleria. I think this one might be crazy.
you mean the
Oh.
Haven?
As soon as you say that, it just instant like face drop.
The GENESTARs had a haven. You are a GENESTAR. Why do you lie to us?
I slowly sort of leans down to put down the jug. Do either of you have a phone?
What is a phone?
A what? Like a a device to communicate with other people who are far away.
Like a
Talk-
bird call.
Text.
Are you talking about a bird called a phone?
Or are you talking about sending like a letter?
Oh my god.
I think we broke him.
No. He's gonna just go back over and sit down on the like mound of dirt and rock again, with his face in his hands. Just no.
Well, we can go into the cave without the GENESTAR, right? Or
Dude,
should
you
we
can't
take it
go
with
in
us so
there.
it doesn't tell them?
You
Why
can't
not?
go in there.
Why not?
It's dangerous in there. Dangerous.
I'm going to point back in the direction of Harvest. It's dangerous back there because of the GENESTAR Knights.
What are these GENESTAR Knights you keep talking about?
They look like you. They wear all white, and they have thunder sticks and flying chairs.
The best description.
That's really good. Maybe they can help.
In all of Tolan's gesturing, Cooper, you notice engraved on the underside of this weird gauntlet he seems to be wearing is the number 24.
I'm going to lean back over to Dappleria. They said it's subject 24. He has a 24 on his arm.
They are looking for him?
I think so. I'm gonna look back at Talon. Why are they looking for you?
What's today's date?
Date?
GM, what is
Yeah,
the date?
you do not use the same calendar system that Tolan would be aware of. You spout out it's the 43rd it's the 13th moon cycle of what's a good name for the season just before harvest season?
Growth.
Yeah, it's
Growth.
the 13th moon cycle of growth.
I'll repeat that.
What does that even mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Just saying words.
You're just saying words. Aren't we all just saying words?
It feels like that, doesn't it?
Oh,
Why?
Well, if they're looking for you and they find us with you, that might not be good. And based on how they basically tore our community apart, they're not going to stop at nothing to get to you.
Maybe if they get what they came for, they will leave.
Maybe. Gonna throw into the wolves.
Who are they? Who are these people?
Nightmares is the easiest way that we can describe them.
They showed
You
up
said-
today, never seen them before, and attacked us.
So they attacked your town?
Our
Yes.
community, yes.
Are they all like you?
No, they're like you. We've said this multiple times. They're like
No,
you.
no,
They're
your
small
town.
and the
Yes.
town? Yes,
We-
okay.
we
the
are-
town is like us.
Yeah, they're people.
All very, very different. Whereas the GENESTARs seem, I've only seen 2 of you, but similar.
Tolan, This is
Yes.
they've used the word GENESTAR a few times before. In your groggy end of the world, everything's gone to shit haze, you've not put two and two together just yet. GENESTAR doesn't make any sense, but you know, one of the other big corporations working with Haven Corp in the creation of havens and moving past the climate crisis cataclysm that was impending was the GeneStar Bioindustry Corporation.
Could I do a research check to see how much I would know about the company?
Sure.
I have 2 traits that might help me here.
Yes, you do.
I just need to step away for 1 minute.
Okay. We're going to be wrapping up any minute now, but yes, go ahead.
It's ancient wisdom, and I also have connected, both of which could potentially give me additional level of dice.
Okay. Traits, page 25. Connected. Can connect to an organic network. Step up 1 die when researching information. We discussed this is tapping into the collective knowledge of the people around you. The people around you
Yes.
have no idea what the GeneStar Bioindustries Corporation would be. I'm not going to say that really applies right now. Ancient knowledge, though, step up 1 die when researching history will definitely work. So increment your research die from whatever it is up to the next step.
Okay. So I get a D10. That is a 6 on the D10 and a 4 on the D6. So 6.
Okay. Yes, the GeneStar Bioindustries Corporation. They were one of the big corporations. They're like, if we're talking Shadowrun terms, they would be a AAA corporation. They were the Amazon of the time. They were the Apple of the time. Large, multi-diversified corporations, but they began and are most known for their biological genetic research. They were the leading geneticists focused on trying to temper the climate cataclysm, bolstering crops so that they would survive, researching how genetics would, how people would change over the course of whatever may happen during this climate crisis, rising temperatures, falling temperatures, more water, less water, whatever factors may be. They were the lead in genetics and medicine and biological research and whatnot.
Wait. Do you mean GeneStar?
GeneStar
Like
Bioindustries.
GeneStar Bio?
I don't. They did not call themselves that.
No, they specifically said GENESTAR.
GENESTAR. The end. I think that is a good ending because we are at time. They called themselves GeneStar, and in big, bright, crumbling letters on the screen just flashes GeneStar.
Whew. That was a great first session.
Yeah.
We
was
almost got
awesome.
you.
I was really wondering, is this going to come to PvP? I'm going to have to resolve this. Are they just going to throw Toll to the wolves? How are they going to handle this? They still might, yeah.
Majority party consensus seems to be that.
Mm-hmm. Give the bad guys what they want. They'll go away. That always works.
Yeah.
Yeah, reliably.
Flawless plan.
Yes, I know it was an abrupt ending. We are pushing the 6 o'clock time. So much great roleplay today. I would keep going for another 4 hours if we could, but we all have our own lives, and I can only do this so long before I completely lose my voice. And I presume audience members. So I apologize for cutting a little abruptly there, but I actually do really like that final line. They called themselves GeneStar.
Yeah, I
GeneStar.
think that was a really good place.
So we will pick up with our party finally together after their own individual catastrophes that happen to each of them, drawing them to this spot. Tallon escaping what's left of the old world, waking up in cryo storage to the shattered remains of his life and the life that he thought was promised to him. And Tallon, Daffleria and Cooper living a quiet, peaceful life in Harvest, a family of privilege and respect, now cast out because that quaint town of Harvest is burning under siege by the GENESTAR Knights. And glimpses into the old world, Haven Corp, the GENESTAR Bioindustries Corporation, Subject 24. What does this all mean? We'll find out in the next 3 episodes of Lost Eons GENESTAR. Of course, next week, same place, same time. Right here, back at this channel for more RPGs Uncovered, Sundays at 2 p.m. This was so much fun, guys. This was so much fun.
Absolutely was.
This has been an incredible... I'm not tooting my own horn. I am praising you guys. This has been an absolutely incredible opening to a miniseries. I've adored every second of this.
Toot away, though.
Oh, yeah.
You did a phenomenal job.
Absolutely.
Good.
If you're not going to toot your own horn, I'm...
Yep, same.
Okay. We're going to wrap up here because I do hope to get some kind of after show in. I don't want to keep these lovely people too long. So we're going to wrap up here. Thank you all for joining us. I've pretty much done my spiel. Check us out again next week, same time, same place. Throughout the week, I'm going to be dropping the first of the bite-sized tutorials, looking at the general core mechanics of rolling dice, soul die, skill die, skills, forming rolls, interpreting the rolls, the real basic stuff. Look out for more... look out for the bite-sized tutorials coming up on a regular basis over the next 4 or 5 weeks. They're going to be somewhere between 2 and 5 minutes explaining little chunks of the rules in easily digestible format, so you don't have to watch a full 3-hour explanation of the rules. You can look at specific individual small little rules descriptions of how things work, so you can remind yourself and get yourself into the game quickly and easily. I will throw up some links once more. I will post the Lost Eons website, the itch page, so you can check out this game yourself if you've enjoyed watching this here, if you've enjoyed the story we've just started telling and you're interested in the dice mechanics. I do suggest you go check out David Blandy on Twitter. I will actually throw that in chat here. You can check out the creator of the game, David Blandy, on Twitter there, and you can check out the itch page for this game over here and grab a copy of your own, follow along, learn the game, and perhaps run it for your own group of friends, because I am so excited for what this game has in store for all of us. But let me throw it back to the players so you can say your farewells and remind everybody where to find you. Let's go in reverse order with Drake, who played the heart-wrenching Tallon today. My God, the feels.
Yeah, it's a rough start for Tallon. Hopefully things get a little bit better, but I have a feeling they may get a little more fretful first. But this was an awesome experience, and I'm very excited for next episode. And if you like what you've seen here, you can always find more of my stuff at the Lion Knight 42 on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, pretty much everywhere. I have a weekly TV show to check out, DTA live action 5th edition D&D, Dice Trace Action every Tuesday on Twitch, and an interview show, Roll for Perspective, also over on YouTube.
All right, and of course we had Zoe playing the fantastic Daffleria, quick slinging spells, causing confusion and calm and all kinds of stuff, growing fantastic trees, keeping Cooper together. Where can we find
is a
you?
great spell, and I'm so glad I was able to use that. You can find me on Twitter, and hopefully in the next few weeks I have more announcements about what I'm doing and where you can find me. So until then, Zoe Trooper on Twitter.
All right, and of course, the other sibling of the Star Wars family, Cooper, played by Andrew.
Well,
So much great stuff.
absolutely fantastic first session. This was so much fun. But I am Andrew. I am That Gamer Ajax on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. Just do a lot of tabletop discussions as a whole. Try to teach about games outside of Dungeons and Dragons, just because I found quite a few that have been so much fun. I really want to share that passion with other people. Plus, the more people that play them, the more people I can play with. But thank you so much for having us. This has been such a great start to this series. I cannot wait to see where this goes.
That's so much fun. No, this has been amazing. This has been amazing. I've been sitting on all of this great stuff for a week. There's even more. We're going to talk about some great things in the after show. We're going to go do that. Try to make it a quick one because these guys have places to be and things to do. But we're going to go have an after show. You can find that after show when we are done with it over on our Patreon and Ko-Fi page. We're going to have a quick discussion about our initial thoughts on the game, talk about the story, our characters, our inspirations, and where we think things are going. So check that out if you would like to support the channel. Just being here, telling other people to come and watch is a great way to help out, but money makes the world turn, unfortunately. And any support that you can give monetarily through bits, tips, Ko-Fi or Patreon, that all goes right back into the channel, right back into the community, so I can pay, other creators and other Imagineering people and whatnot. I am a big proponent of expanding our TTRPG horizons, and as Andrew said, the more people who know a game, the more people who can run a game, the more people I can play with, the more this channel grows, the more I can reach out into other people. So go check us out on our support page. I will drop that in the links before we get going, and that is everything for this first episode of our demo play mini-series, Lost Eons GENESTAR. We'll pick up next week and see where this goes. I can't wait for it. Thanks for joining us. As always, stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun out there. Keep checking back here at RPGs Uncovered. Keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs Uncovered content. And if you do live in a village that is being assaulted by ancient knights, corporate knights of some form, if there is one crop that you should save, it is the heart tomatoes. Good night, everybody.
Night.